Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Town Council meeting, New Shoreham Town Council meeting Wednesday, December 21st, 2022. Call the meeting to order. Just a few housekeeping announcements. One is microphone. If you want to speak, come up to the microphone. That's the key for recognition. The second thing is because we do get viewers on YouTube. I actually want to thank Interstate Navigation, which I think has really been putting in a tremendous amount of effort to get people's commuter cards re-upped and actually added hours according to a communication yesterday. Just urging people to get them, because if you don't get them, you ain't getting the benefit. So just make sure, if you haven't done it yet, do it next week. There are a number of times available. So thank you, Bill. If you wouldn't mind extending that thanks to Belinda's, really appreciate it, because I really, you guys have made a real effort there, and I appreciate it. Yeah, please.
One of the pluses, I believe, and Bill, you can correct, but one of the pluses of that whole process is getting updated email addresses, so that if there are blasts about delayed boats, canceled boats, new whatever, they can do it quickly. So that one of the goals is to get addresses updated so that communication can be improved or better. What they hope to do is to have that e-blast. They hope to have that e-blast put in so that accurate number.
I think we need to take out the back couple of rows. We tried it at church. People scowled.
Yeah, they're really far away. Is there any? I feel like. I know, but Thank you, Tom. Is there any public comment tonight? Shouldn't have shown you that text. As I said to at an earlier meeting on item number 2, consent agenda, I said in an email to the council and have said at meetings before, this is something we're going to try as a way to focus on, for lack of a better word, and I'm sure there's a better one, substantive matters. We're reserving things like approval of minutes and renewal of some licenses, et cetera, for a consent calendar so that they can be dispensed with in one vote. I don't want anyone to feel like any members can't pull a consent item off. As you guys have seen, I think Millie and I have been working very well together to get draft agendas out. Each draft agenda, to the extent that there's something appropriate for the consent calendar, will have that proposed consent calendar, so that you can feel free to communicate with Millie or with me saying, I'd rather have a fuller discussion on that. So here we have approval of our minutes for the 5th and the 7th of 2022, December 5th and December 7th of 2022, the granting of residential commercial shellfish licenses for 2023, DeLionel Butterfield, Joe Fallon, Charlie Gale, John Grant, Eric Gustafson, Peter Hellstrom, Frederick Howarth, Christopher Littlefield, John Swenton, the granting of a non-resident commercial shellfish license for 2023 to James Nelson, and the approval of recommendations from the Board of Assessors for 2 abatements. One for Carol, how do I pronounce her last name? Dioran, for $1,428.88, and a second for Carl Beinkamp and Beth Corrigan, totaling $299.82. I would make a note on the commercial shellfish licenses that our schedule for issuing these does not mesh perfectly with the state's lottery for these licenses. And I know there's one resident, George Davis actually, who has applied to be in the lottery. So we may see at some point during the year, if George is fortunate enough to have successfully gotten a commercial shellfish license through the lottery, we may see the issuance of one for him later in the year. I think the lottery occurs in March.
So is this something we have a cap on or,
We do
or we
not,
can
no.
expand?
No, it's largely, so the way it works is in order to have a local license, you have to have a state license.
Okay.
And that's what I meant by the syncing. Sorry, I didn't explain that very well, but for example, you couldn't come in to town hall and say, I'd like a commercial shellfish license unless you had that ticket from the state saying that you
And
had.
that's done in a lottery.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And there is a cap on, we're at a cap at 20
Oh,
for,
gotcha.
as per our ordinance, but we have not gotten anywhere near that
Right.
in years.
Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Second?
Second?
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. All right. Next, we have to set a public hearing date for proposed amendment to the Town of New Shoreham zoning ordinance, section 518, accessory family dwelling units. You'll recognize, this was on our agenda last time. This is Chris Warfel's draft of an accessory dwelling unit, excuse me, ordinance. I would urge,
Keith, I'm sorry, that's not what you have in
was
front
that
of you.
not it?
No, this is something,
518 is.
Oh, 518. I'm
yes,
sorry.
yeah.
I know you're about 6 months away.
Yeah, right. It won't be long. So I don't have to recuse. But sorry about that, everybody. Strike that. But I know that we have scheduled with planning a work session on the 19th, 18th or 19th. And I think we should set this hearing for after that. So that we've been able to ask our questions and have our conversations with planning. So do you know what day works? Millie, we were talking about February 6th.
February 6th.
Can I have a motion on that, please? February 6th, public hearing date?
I make a motion to hold the public hearing for the section 518 accessory family dwelling units on February 6th at
Fifth or sixth?
February 6th.
6th at
Sixth.
6th at 7 PM. Okay.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? Ayes have it. All right, now we get to an item that we continued last time, renewal of motorized moped licenses. I would ask the committee what the committee's pleasure is on this. As you know, and as we have discussed, we may have our own philosophical opinions about mopeds. This is not about that. This is not the field of play for that conversation. We can do them in one motion, or we can take them up independently, entirely up to your will and pleasure.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we have, who's representing whom tonight?
Good evening, everybody.
It just hit the button. Oh, you did,
Okay.
sorry.
Green is on, right?
Yes,
green
green
is
is
on.
on.
Good evening, everybody.
Actually,
My
I-
name is Josh Parks. I'm counsel representing all 5 moped
Great.
license applicants.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Wanted to be sure
Welcome.
someone was here.
I did, if I can just make one very, very minor ministerial point.
Sure.
On the read ahead, it says the motion to renew the licenses for 2023 license year. The one for Aldo's says such license to expire December 31, 2022.
Yeah.
I think I should probably read.
I assumed it was a typo.
Oh, a typo.
Sam, I
Thank
just
you-
wanted
Thank
to,
you for pointing that
yeah.
out, Josh.
Point that out.
All the others say 23.
They do, and the hope would be that all five are in fact for 23.
Can I ask a question just
Of
because
course
I've
you
never
can.
done this before? So, let's see, each one has the same language. So it says pending receipt of registration numbers as issued by the state of Rhode Island, vehicle identification numbers as issued by the manufacturer of each vehicle, and certificate of insurance and in accordance with the ordinances of the town of New Shoreham, blah, blah, blah. So my question is, the pending receipt of those registration numbers, right? So those 34 registration numbers, VIN numbers are recorded at town hall, I assume, right?
Yes.
So let's say one of those gets into an accident or has some sort of mechanical issue or for some other reason is removed from the fleet, right? What is the process for replacing that at town hall? Is there a process for that? So does the moped company come in and say, you know, VIN number XYZ is out of commission, this is the one we're replacing it with?
Millie, would you mind answering that? It's a good question.
At this point, we do not have a switch out on a regular basis. They provide the list at the beginning of the year, and that is not updated through the year.
So that seems like a problem to me, but and I'm not trying to be nitpicky, right? Like
You're not being
their
nitpicky, it's-
license allows them to have 34 mopeds, but this also says that we're gonna know what the 34 mopeds are. Right? So we should have a process for updating that, right? So that, like, if you have one out for the day that needs a
Right,
mechanical
breaks.
update, you should be able to come to town hall and be like, hey, this one, you know, the pink one with this number on it, it's not working today, but we want to rent 34 mopeds today, so we're gonna rent this one, right?
Microphone, please.
Sorry.
And state your name for the record if you don't mind.
Martin Milner. If we do have a moped that breaks down, before we can let another moped go out as a replacement, we have to contact the police.
Right.
And inform them that one of our mopeds has had a problem, and they have to allow us to put the police stickers and move it to another one. And then at that point in time, we tell them the VIN number. So it's kind of something we've been doing with the police, but there is always somebody informed. We can't just send out extra mopeds.
Okay, so
If
there
that was-
is a process. It's
Yeah,
just not
you know, there
with-
is
it's
a
just
qu-
not with town hall.
It's not with town hall
Got
typically.
it.
Yeah.
And
So let-
I can, I was just going to say the same thing. I concur with exactly what they're saying. They do
Yeah.
work very
Got it.
closely with the police department when they have such things as accident, mechanical failures and stuff like that.
And it's worked out very well, I believe.
Great, thank you.
I'm
Pretty
su-
well.
I'm sure you do, but there's a difference between the VIN number and then that sticker number. So the VIN number is a long number that's from the manufacturer. The sticker numbers are worked with the chief or have historically been worked with the chief and the owner. And it's, you know, whatever the series of numbers, because the series of numbers goes with the owner. And colors and stuff like that. And then when one goes down, whether it's an accident or a mechanical or whatever, they will then swap it and there should be notification of that swap. My hope is, just because you brought it up, my hope is it's better than it has sometimes been in the past, but that is the process.
At the beginning of every year,
Yeah. You
the
line up.
at the beginning of every year, the police have come by to check our VIN numbers. So our police stickers actually do represent the VIN, yeah, they tie. So when we change over, we do have to like show them the new VIN number, show them that. And so that way everybody knows this sticker is on this moped and this is the VIN number. And so they don't have to read the VIN number, just the sticker represents it. Sure.
It's a really good question.
And then I have one more question again,
Please,
because I've never
ask
done this
as
before.
many as you
So
want.
at the end here on each one,
Yep.
it says that the lease agreement between moped renter and leasee shall include hours of operation, safety features, information regarding operation on unimproved roads, and the following language. The horn on the vehicle is a piece of equipment designed for emergency use and should be used only in this fashion. So is that new, the part about the
No,
horn, or
no,
has that always been on
That's,
there?
that's always, you know,
What part of that do you think people are not understanding? Do you think maybe
well,
the word in this fashion sounds like too fancy? Or I
yeah.
also wonder about the unimproved roads. I mean, and this isn't the point in time to change the language on you guys, but maybe dirt would be a better word than unimproved. I've seen some of the people driving across the dirt road near me, and maybe unimproved is a big word for them. So I'm going to be really critical here about the drivers.
Yeah, no, I.
Actually, I think it's simpler than that. It should just be roads with a yellow line down the middle. No, I'm serious. These are the directions I give from the corner to the southeast light. Because there are roads that appear to be paved roads that aren't roads. Southeast Road is a good example where it goes off by just past what used to be Derek's to the left, to the east. Now that the dump road is paved, that's a town road. But we have control over that, and the intent originally was to not have
Right.
town roads. And the roads with the yellow line down the middle are the paved, improved roads. I wrote around I think I found one that wasn't, but there was only one. It was the upper part of Connecticut Avenue.
So, just so you know, I'm very open.
That was just a clarification.
Just, this obviously is like a side conversation to like what we have in front of us, right? But in all honesty, do you think that changing the language to something like dirt are they reading the contract anyway? I mean,
But it's not, but that's my point. It's
Yeah.
the roads that are dirt roads that do not, from the years when things were oiled, that still don't look like dirt roads. The dump road is not a dirt road anymore.
Right.
Apron paved, yeah, right.
My
Anyway.
suggestion personally, I'm not against rewriting it all now, but I think as we work through the next year, that's a time when we can really scrutinize. And it's a good point. So, I mean, dirt, the horn thing was brought in a number of years, many years ago now, because it was sort of an additional ask or request versus the stated things as far as numbers, hours, things like that. And so that's why it's written in there. But it's, I'm sure everybody's trying to reduce the use of horns. Hopefully it can get better.
Different plots and plots.
Yeah, and I was gonna say,
Why are they different? Because the lot numbers are different.
There's a difference in the language. Certificate of insurance is included on the first one. Is that intentional?
I'm sorry, that would just be a typo in my work. I didn't, I just did a copy and paste from a previous motion.
And something's different on the last one too. I'm just
So-
going by what words begin and end the sentences.
So Millie, where it says certificate of insurance, is that supposed to be in each one or not supposed to be in each one?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Supposed to
in.
be in each one.
Okay.
Need to plug. So it comes before the semicolon, right? And certificate of insurance.
It's what's in Naldo's.
Millie, historically, there have been service areas with these applications, is that right? Of drawing the pictures where they are on that plat lot?
We started asking for a site plan, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And those have all been submitted and tie in with these plat and lots?
They have been submitted, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ocean State Bikes one
Something's wrong. I can't figure it out.
is missing 2 or 3 lines.
Then should everything just be the Aldos
Yes.
with the change of the plat lots?
So, Millie, I just want to ask, because I'm just trying to figure out the best way to clean this up.
You could, if you wanted to do it as one motion,
Yeah.
you could do it as one motion with each, which each applicant then citing their plat and lot, and then citing the language under the Aldos mopeds, which includes the certificate of insurance. Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm sorry, I didn't,
No,
I
no.
was
Okay.
supposed to do
No,
this
no,
and I didn't
no,
review
it's,
it.
I appreciate,
Whoever caught it.
Molly and Martha catching
Yeah.
it. Cause I didn't, obviously.
And the only difference of that Aldo's, if we're gonna do that, is it's December 31st, 2023. I'm
Right.
just keeping
Yep.
it.
All right, so I'm gonna try to make a motion, okay? I would make a motion to renew the motorized tricycle, bicycle, and scooter licenses for the 2023 license year for Aldo's Mopeds at Plot 6, Lot 89, the Moped Man at Plot 6, Lot 100, Finnemore and Fisher, Inc., DBA Island Mopeds at Plat 6, Lot 106, Miles Unlimited Incorporated at Plat 6, Lot 111. These
And Ocean
oh,
State
I'm sorry, and Ocean State Bikes on Plat 6, Lot 159. These licenses would be for the rental of up to 34 mopeds, pending receipt of registration numbers as issued by the state of Rhode Island, vehicle identification numbers as issued by the manufacturer of each vehicle, and certificate of insurance. And in accordance with the ordinance of the town of New Shoreham, with such license to expire December 31st, 2023, any lease agreement between a moped renter and the licensee shall include the hours of operation, safety features, information regarding operation on unimproved / dirt roads, and the following language. The horn on the vehicle is a piece of equipment designed for emergency use and should be used only in this fashion, end quote.
I second that motion.
Any comments on that? David?
David Lewis, Kunamis Road. I'm confused and hopefully somebody can clarify my confusion. Last summer at the show cause hearing, I was personally embarrassed to myself for my community because one of the topics that was getting a lot of discussion between the two lawyers representing two sides was whether or not we had a policy on how to swap out a broken down moped for a day or a period of time with regard to the licensing.
Mhm.
And the fact that the town didn't have a written policy, as was testified to, seemed to put us at a disadvantage in that whole conversation. Whether it did or not I don't know that because we're not privy to all those details, but it just seemed irrational to me that the chief thought we had a policy, even though it was written down. Apparently, we're comfortable as a community to extending that same approach of a common practice. I'm not going to call it a best practice, but a common practice forward another year. And leaving ourselves subject to that criticism for second time. So
I-
am I missing something?
I wouldn't say you're missing something, except to say that I agree with you. I think that should be codified. And I'm prepared to do that. This just isn't, this is renewal of licenses, so our ability to get at that via this particular agenda item without having said that we're going to do, that we're going to review that policy and codify that policy on a publicly noticed agenda so that the licensees and their counsel can see what we're going to do, opine, et cetera. We can't do that tonight. But I think the point that Molly raises and that you raise, I hadn't quite thought through, but I think you're right.
Well, I apologize for bringing it up. because
Why?
I accept your answer as being a rational answer, given all the circumstances. What reason I'm even standing up here asking the question is Molly asked the question as
Yes.
a counselor, and she didn't get an answer that reflected what I thought didn't reflect what you just said. And I would
Okay.
think that Molly deserved a better answer than she got. So if she was happy and I wasn't happy, that I apologize for that too, but
The other,
you know, and I suspect a lot of people in the community might be asking the same question right now if you hadn't clarified that.
Great. Thank
So,
you.
thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to clarify.
and David, the one thing I would also say is, my hope is that within weeks, there is a chief announced, and that chief is able to help drive that process. We've been a little void of that.
I don't
And
need any further explanation.
no, but I think
Let's
it's an
just drop
important
right
one.
there.
I think it's an important one.
If I may, I did have one
Please.
little piece of clarification.
Yes.
As regarding Fenimore and Fisher Inc., DBA Island Moped, there's the Lot 106, Lot 107 piece that we discussed last year. And I just want to make sure that essentially what we're talking about is having the same venue that has been historically used for Island Moped is the same one that's approved for 2023.
I'm very uncomfortable answering that without advice from counsel about how we're supposed to answer that question. That's, I don't,
Hi Keith, how are you?
On the line.
is that James?
Yes, how are you?
Good.
Good. I spoke to Mark Reynolds today, the counsel for New Shoreham that's handling that matter in Superior Court. We discussed that exact issue that Josh brought up, and the license should be issued based on the practice that was engaged in last year and subject to a restraining order that's currently in place in Washington County Superior Court. And I believe Josh would agree with that for that Fenimore and Fisher purpose tonight.
That's correct. I agree. Thanks, James.
Do we need to revise the motion, James? I guess is the practical question that we need to answer.
I think so. I think for Fenimore and Fisher, it should be lot 106 and 107. I believe that's the accurate numbers.
Is that good with you, Millie?
Yes, are you going to take action to revise the motion?
I'll revise the motion, my original motion to include plat 6, lot 106 and 107 for Fenimore and Fisher Inc. DBA Island Mopeds.
And
I
Keith,
revised my second.
you just add the subject to the Washington County order currently in place, because that may change, but we're not sure.
Subject
about
to the Washington County order currently in place.
it. Thank you.
And I revised my second.
Further discussion? If not, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Ayes have it. Millie, thank you very much, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you.
And-
Good to see everybody.
Keith, that was the motion on the revision of the motion. So we do just need you to do an actual motion.
Oh,
on the
okay.
actual-
On the main motion
main
then,
motion,
is there any further discussion on the main motion?
So I wonder if we couldn't set some sort of a date by which we want to clarify the procedure by which mopeds will be replaced. I mean, we have a new
Sure.
police chief coming
Yeah.
in. I don't think that that should be dropped on his plate along with the other 10,000 things that are going to be dropped on his plate, but he should be a part of that procedure. That may be something that a council member or two have to work on,
I was more
in
kind of
conjunction with someone from
staff.
a
I would say
moped
staff.
rental agency and the police chief or.
I
a
think that's a
sergeant.
great idea. Why don't
Um,
you and I work together with Mary Ann and our legal counsel to come up with a draft and then we'll put it on the agenda. Is that good?
Well, you need to, they've been doing this, so you need to talk to whomever's been doing it at the
Right.
police
At the
station.
Police station, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I assumed by including Mary Ann that meant the entire administration.
Good.
that we needed it.
So I mean, is the process to pick a date by which
I'd
we
say
want to have
March
this
1st.
done? Or do we just, or it just goes into the,
I'm happy to start doing it tomorrow. So
Okay.
whenever you want to do it, Molly is fine with me.
Okay.
You want to put March 1st in? We want to put?
well, I
April
think we have to
1st or-
wait, we do have to wait until we have a police chief, right?
Yes.
So,
March 1st.
all right,
Does that work?
okay.
Terrific. I'm really glad that you brought that up because it does need to be codified. You and David, I think, make a good point. So on the main motion, is there any further discussion on that? If not, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We get that
Thank you,
right,
Josh.
Millie? Thank you, guys. Thank you. I can't find my agenda. It's here somewhere. It has a whole bunch of notes. Let's see, item number 5, receive the 2022 report from the Old Harbor Task Force. That is up on Clerk Base, and I know you've all read it. I actually wanted, this was originally in the draft consent agenda. But I can't speak for others, perhaps felt the same way. There's one particular thing in there that I communicated with Margie Cummings, the chair of the Old Harbor Task Force, about regarding mopeds. And it states we did not see major improvements, all true, but it reminded me that we need to be better about explaining to the community what the status of ordinance and litigation are at a particular moment, because our ability to do anything in quotes new around moped regulation while we're in front of the Supreme Court, which we are on our underlying ordinance, is essentially zero. So I just there was a tone in that analysis of the moped situation that concerned me, because it sort of was asserting that we had forgotten about it. And I can just tell you, none of the 4 of us here, or just I'm willing to speak for Neil, has forgotten this issue or is uninterested in continuing to work on it. We're in that painful period of awaiting a decision by the Supreme Court. So, are there any further comments on the Old Harbor Task Force report?
I have a couple of comments.
Please.
So under parking, obviously they stated the obvious. Parking is one of the biggest concerns. Each year there's less parking available. And yet we have a town board that just gave relief on parking downtown for another business. So we're not all on the same page here, right? If we have town boards that are issuing relief for parking at the same time that we have other boards chastising us for not having more parking.
I think that was relief on top of relief, in fact.
Yes.
Relief
it
on
doubled
top
up.
of relief.
Yes.
So I'm just, perhaps we need to get some of our boards together on the same page or agree that we're all going to throw our arms up and give up, right, on parking. So, but
yeah.
that, I don't, that's.
Thank you for raising that.
That's not the page I'm on,
Yeah.
right? I don't want to give up on parking, just to state, I'm not suggesting we give up. My other takeaway in here was, the shuttle. Here it is. The Old Harbor Task Force, had some criticism to dish out for the shuttle service that the taxi drivers got together and organized, 2 summers ago. I just think you have to give the cab drivers some credit for organizing something, for losing money to run something that the town asked them to try. You know, full disclosure, my husband has a cab license. Our drivers lost money on the days that they were running that shuttle. And again, I think that, you know, before dishing out criticism to other town boards, such as the Motor Vehicles for Hire, there needs to be more consensus of like, what are we trying to go for?
Mhm.
And I have spoken to Mary Ann several times about the possibility of the town running a shuttle. This summer would be super, but it would be great if the town could just start by running a shuttle from downtown to our town beach.
Mhm.
And you don't need to get the taxis involved to do that. The town actually owns a bus that could be used for that. And I'm just gonna say one more time, I know Mary Ann's so sick of me saying this, but I think it would be a really good use of that bus to just see how many people use it. We don't even know how many people would use a shuttle. But if we used a shuttle to take people to our town beach, where they paid us, the taxpayers, for showers and beach chair rentals and lunch, they pay, you know, our concessionaire for lunch. I think that that would be a good start. We would know how many people are using that service and whether it was worth it to expand it to other locations.
If I can.
Please.
Yeah, this has been a topic for a couple of years, about shuttles by all means. And I think it should be put on agenda in the future about shuttles, and whether that's February or January, well, not January, but February and March. Because I think we should revisit it, you know, whether it's town or some other system, and have this discussion, because yeah, leave it at that. I don't think this is the time, because it's not on the agenda that way, but hopefully let's just pick February, March, and be able to start to make some strides.
Martha?
I was only going to say, and acknowledging it's not an item on the agenda, but it is in this
Mhm.
packet, that I really think if you're going to talk about doing this, start simple with the sort of thing Molly just talked about. The more complicated it gets, the more it's not going to work.
Yes. I don't think, by the way, Molly, anybody is tired of hearing you say this, because I think it's really important. And it's, I think between what you said and what Martha just said, probably a more rational and substantive discussion than we've had on this in the last couple of, you know, in other words, I think the time is right to be working exactly on what you both just described. So, you know, my intention is to put this on an agenda sooner rather than later for a general conversation.
So wait, one more thing. They also brought up street lights and sidewalks, which are desperately needed on Walden's Way and Chapel Street, just at the very beginning. Like, they're needed other places as well, but I think most desperately in those locations. One of those is a town road, one of those is a state road, right? Yeah. So I'm just wondering, just to start somewhere, if we could possibly get lighting on those roads, if we could request better lighting. There is a little bit of lighting on Chapel Street, but there is
None.
none on Weldon's Way. And we had a fatality on Chapel Street years, I don't know, a while ago now, right? 10 years ago.
20.
20.
It was a long
Darn
time,
it.
long time ago.
Um,
At least it might have been longer.
but we don't need to have that. And
That's for sure.
sidewalks should be our goal.
So
here.
can I ask Mary Ann, what sort of a process we can initiate to have this conversation on a practical level? I mean, I don't think, I don't have any idea how you get from point A to point B, for example, on putting in streetlights or putting in sidewalks in a particular area.
So-
And I appreciate Molly's question, not just because I happen to agree that some stuff needs to happen, but because I'm not familiar with what the process is to get there.
So if we talk about Weldon's Way, first let's talk about the town road. That's an easy road to talk about than
Okay.
I think the state road. What I can do is, and I've had during my tenure here, some brief conversation with Jim Jeremiah, who's our town engineer, who's familiar with that road and familiar with what it will take to do something like that. Also, I had some discussion also with Jeff Wright, probably well about 18 months ago, regarding street lighting on Weldon's Way. There may be a way to do some, probably what I would call temporary street lighting, especially since sidewalks are a pretty significant financial investment and would take some time. So we talked about a couple of things, Jeff and I can follow up with that conversation and see if we can do something on street lights initially for the upcoming year, and
And-
then having a further conversation with Jim as what it'll take for the engineering and process. to
Can you
put
include
some-
Molly in the loop on those conversations?
Sure.
I'd really appreciate that. I think it's something that she and I have talked about for probably years. And you have a lot of good thoughts on it, so. I don't mean to volunteer you for extra work, Molly.
Of course you do. Is that something, if you went with lower streetlights that you could possibly capture solar for?
So one of the streetlights we were talking about with Jeff was exactly that. It was a lower street light type of thing, like so big and stuff like that. So it lit more the walkway area and stuff like that. So that was part of the discussion we were having.
In my, going back to Martha's principle always of, keep it simple. Let's do one road, let's work on Weldon's Way and deal with that one and get it right, and then be able to expand that, because it would be nice to be able to take a model and bring it forward. The one thing, Keith, I would like to make sure we talk about this spring that's on this list, so I'll just at a work session, and I think April, maybe, let the chief be here for a while, let's really figure it out, is what, if anything, do we do with electric? And I'm really talking about electric scooters, electric monopods, electric skateboards, everything. And the answer may be nothing. The answer may be reinforce it within the Old Harbor area, commercial. I don't know, but I don't think it's going to get simpler or easier. And all I know is it's more and more dangerous with, forgetting the bikes, just bikes included, of course. But I think some way to get this in control and really benchmark what other towns are doing. We need to get ahead. Well, forget getting ahead. We need to at least tackle this and understand what we can and can't do. And I think maybe in March, April work session or something like that, let the chief get in here. Let's do some analysis first.
So tying in with that, right, which is one of their topics, the other topic that ties in with is under their heading of traffic. About getting people to, how do I phrase it on here? help promote good behavior in our visitors. You know, I think there's very much like if you give people direction, a great majority of them are going to follow it. And the rest of them are never going to follow it, no matter how much direction you give them, right? So, but we're not giving them any direction right now. So, I saw a couple things on the mainland, of course, that I thought would be really helpful. Again, items for the chief and for Mike Shea, but you know, in down in the Westerly area, there's a lot of so all the yellow diagonal signs and all the stop signs have corresponding reflective tape that come down on the poles that are holding them up, right? So at night when you're driving, the red stop sign has a long red strip that goes all the way down the pole. It seemed really smart to me, right? Because you see it. And because it's different, it's much more noticeable. Also at the bottom of the hill on the escape road, they've got little blinking lights around the stop sign.
Yes.
And in other places, we've all seen them around the yellow signs as well. I don't think that's a bad idea for here. People are in a new location. They're suddenly going downhill on Spring Street, and it's not enough that we have all those signs. Maybe we also need the yellow tape and the yellow blinking lights, so we don't have as many crashes down there. And four-way stops, you know, and actually a lot of stop sign, four-way intersections, again, on the mainland, it says all directions stop or all, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, underneath the stop sign. I don't think it would be too much to have all of that. And then maybe more people will stop.
Yeah, I agree. I agree a lot. And actually Martha was the one who last year mentioned the lights around the Escape Road one. And we've seen more people blow through what I call Four Corners than anywhere. I do want to keep those separate though, because I think they're both important, but they'll get mired together. And the electric one, I think is almost a nightmare moment. And I don't know that, I mean, it's going to get more about legal and capabilities than sign it. So I just want to keep them separate, but they're both important.
I think they should be separate, but you know, some of the signage conversation ought to be taking place now, you know, and you know, perhaps as part of the work on lighting, you know, on Weldon's Way. I mean, I agree with you. I don't know what it should look like, but I think one of us should work with Mike Shea and the police chief and the town manager, and perhaps you know, a couple of others from the community, because I think signage is important, not just as it relates to whatever new types of stop signs, but it also providing people with information about where they are and where they're going, and you know, as a component of our overall traffic concerns. I think signage is important. Now, I have no idea what that looks like, but I know there are a lot of communities that have a coherent strategy around directional signs. You know, the beach is this way and it's a mile away. You know, I don't know whether it looks like that, but you know, a lot of this stuff sort of folds together, you know, or sort of goes together to me.
Great. And I think, didn't Jess Willie talk about that as part of something the Tourism Council was
Yes.
doing with wayfinding?
Yes.
Which would be helpful.
Yeah.
Again, the more information you can give to people, the less, like if
Right.
they're out on the west side, give them an idea which way town is and which way the airport is and how far, so that they aren't standing in the middle of the road looking at a map of Narragansett, trying to figure out how to get to the airport.
Yeah, can we get rid of those maps?
Yeah.
I mean, no,
Yeah, the
there are
two-sided
maps out
ones.
here that have two sides and one side's block on, and one side's Narragansett. People come in and they'll ask me and I'll say, well, I'm not making this up. You know,
Flip it
you're on the wrong side of the map. And those maps are horrible. I don't know what you do with terrible maps except tell people to get rid of them, which is what I do every day. Uh, the one thing I think we all have an opportunity to do this time of year is look at the signs that we don't notice in the summer, the signs that we're too busy avoiding everything else to see. And I think there are signs that were put out with all the best of intentions that are just in the wrong place. And I live on the Mansion Road. I go down the Mansion Road every day. The no mopeds beyond this point sign at the head of the Mansion Road is a sign that you see when you're going north. It looks like it means no mopeds beyond this point going north.
On Cornick.
And I realized that one day when I turned into Mansion and a couple of mopeds were parked at the very head of Mansion. And I actually backed up and looked at the sign and went, oh my God. I'd just been here for a couple of years. I just had, who knows how many else there are like that, that you put them up, you think you're doing the right thing, everybody's in a hurry, everybody's yelling and screaming, we need moped signs. And then nobody goes around and looks at them again or sees them again, because again, you're trying not to hit the bicyclists. They're in the way of the mopeds.
I like Martha's point about going around now. I will say, I agree with you a lot, especially on the west side, about which way is town. I think we also have to, though, Molly, recognize that we can get too many signs and we don't want to be the island of signs. And I do very well recall when a lot of the street corner, sharp corner turn signs came up on both sides of the street. That was sort of a big change. And so as one thinks about more signs, let's keep it all in check.
Marianne, what do you suggest on sign work?
So, matter of fact, I just made a note. I'm going to reach out to Mike Shea tomorrow and ask him to, and I think Martha brings up a good point. If there's a time to take a look at all signs, it's during the summer when, during the winter when there's no one around, number one, and also number two, there's no leaves on the trees and the foliage is non-existent. So I just made a note. And I also made a note to have Mike take a look at the flashing signs, do some research on them and see how they're doing in other communities. I know about the one in Galilee at the end of the Escape Road, and maybe we can try them out on certain areas. The four-way stop sign, Bridgeway Square, I think is an excellent starting point for some of them. I do agree. One of the things we don't want to do, that Sven said, is get oversigned. I think that could present some problems, that we really don't want too many signs, but I think this is a good time of the year to start looking at them and taking some inventory. And I know they've done a lot under Chief Monahan. They did update a lot of signs. They replaced a lot of signs, and that was an ongoing project. And so I think we can revisit it again and see where we are with some of that, and take a look at some of the flashing signs, specifically at Bridgeway Square, and see how they work.
As long as we're on signs, and after our most recent conversation about mopeds on dirt roads, whatever signs we're using regarding mopeds on dirt roads aren't working. Yeah, so I just would ask that be a component of the conversation. They're too high. I did not get my master's in sign placement or sign wording, but I live on a dirt road. I can tell you, they don't work.
Don't they have to be certain?
Yeah, and I know,
Supposedly knows that stuff, told me that we will.
and I know Matt and Marianne were working on this when Matt left, because he was having the same experience with mopeds on dirt roads and the
Simple, it's really simple. I know it's hard to grasp, but it's too simple.
Believe me, I've grasped it. If, I would just ask if you come up with a way to accomplish that, that would be, that would be a box we could tick. Does it require an ordinance change or an addition? Does it require, I'm with you, but
It's just.
I just want to know how to do it.
It took me 15 minutes to figure it out.
But now
So-
it's socialized. So how do we,
Just
how
get,
do we?
I think a lot of people, and I've said this before, people, and I think this, Molly alluded to the same thing. People want to be told where to go. They want to have direction. People, majority of people do not want to do the wrong thing. They really don't. They just get confused and excited.
Can I jump in right, regarding mopeds and dirt roads? One of the things we were exploring, not last summer, the summer before, with the moped owners, and I think it's time to pick this back up, is having an app, and a QR code right at their, shops. Or, and say to the moped, take this QR code, and the app will show you what roads you can and cannot go on. Because I can tell you right now, they all Google the bluffs. And they go up by, and they come to a dirt road. And that's the quickest way to go to the bluffs. There's so many people when I'm out walking where they'll be stopping, looking to see how to go to the bluffs. And I said, folks, turn around. You're heading to a dirt road. You can't do that. So I think, are we going to stop all mopeds
No.
from going out dirt roads? Absolutely not. But I think if we get a QR code with the map of the island that don't even show the dirt roads, and that's the conversation we were having at the time. So when it gives the map, it doesn't even give them a dirt road to go on. I think we really need to revisit that, and we were working with the moped owners on that, and then we ended up in situations that there was some breakdowns. So I think we need to revisit that with them, and I think they'll be
Great.
open to that.
Terrific.
No, I love that idea. I haven't heard that before, and I love it. Because we were just traveling and there were QR codes in cemeteries and on roads and museums and everywhere, and we used them all. So I think if I were traveling here, I would use that. So I like that idea.
And I think tying it in with Jess,
Oh,
I think tying it in with Jess's stuff, because they, with all the QR codes on the bikes, or, I mean, that'll be good.
And the tourism council
May
may
help
well
fund
be
it.
willing to help fund it,
That was my,
I think, Molly, thank you for raising all of these issues and Martha. And I guess we should thank the Old Harbor Task Force for
identified every
because we
problem on
actually-
the island.
we actually have some things we're gonna do, right? This is good. This is good. Item number 6, unless anybody has anything more on item number 5, I think we, okay,
You have
great.
somebody in the audience.
No, that's the sundial lot is this, what?
You had somebody in the audience.
Oh, sorry, Bill. Chapel Street is a state road. Weldon's Way is a town road. Is what I've always been told. Is that not true? Oh, really? Well, this is how rumors start.
Yeah, I did too, but I thought was it Mike? It was somebody who I thought would know, who said. I thought it was Mike. Well, they do most of them. But who does?
So
town road?
I'll take a look into that and get that
These
answer,
will resolve.
because we can discuss it all.
It's a good
night.
question. I as you heard, I had always been told that
It was
a
my
state road.
understanding it was
Yeah.
a state road also.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. 'cause I-
Um,
that's
I'll
what-
ask the town engineer. If anyone's going to know, it would be Jim Jeremiah.
Yeah. So item number 6. I received and Millie received, it's in your packets, communication from the Old Harbor Task Force from Margie Cummings that says, Last week, HDC approved the Old Harbor Task Force proposed upgrades to the south end of the Mary D. Park. Since it is town-owned property, I feel the town council should take a look at and approve our proposals for the sundial, walkway, additional plantings, etc., before I send it to CRMC for their approval. I also want an okay from the town council to have the two lots merged that make up the Mary D. Park, as it will be easier to place the sundial and make other improvements if we do not have to concern ourselves with setbacks in the middle of the park. Hopefully, this can be scheduled shortly so I can file for CRMC approval as we hope to begin construction in the spring. Let me know if you have questions. So, thoughts?
First of all, doesn't the application have to come from
Yes.
the town?
The CRMC application, yes, would come from the town.
Not from a harbor, not from the task force.
No.
Right.
If we're the property owners.
Yeah,
it has
let's
to
make-
sound by
Let's
town.
make that abundantly clear.
So this wasn't accompanied by any visual materials. Did I just not get them?
No, I happen to see them. I've got HDC. Yeah, I think that's where I happen to see them. I don't think I received them. no.
Well, I think if they want us to make a judgment on something that Martha shouldn't have to run to her car to get materials, they should be with it. So maybe we should just
So,
postpone this to some other time.
that's fine with me. I actually, before I even get to that point, I actually had a procedural question around, I don't remember seeing an item on an agenda in my grand total of 2 years that asked us to opine on an application that was perhaps more appropriately before town boards that actually have jurisdiction over these matters. For example, HDC or zoning or, perhaps planning. In other words, I don't know what the thing is before us and what that we're supposed to opine on, or whether that's even our role. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, in
I
other
think
words-
it's approve,
So,
not
okay.
because it's our land.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's very helpful. I understand. I see. Thank you.
You could argue it can go to planning and planning pops it up. I think this one, to Martha's point, on the dial could be well within our jurisdiction. Merging lots we can't touch that. I mean, that's a whole different subject.
Well, but merging lots is a matter, that's a policy issue.
Yeah,
I think
I mean, that's what I
before,
mean. That's not for.
we can't do it, but I don't think,
They just have to apply for it.
yeah, but they can't do it.
We would have to apply.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's not on the agenda.
We're not doing
It
that
was
right now.
my understanding that this came to the council with the hope of, I could be wrong, directing the town manager to look into this. It was my understanding from Margie that these lots, when they were purchased, should have been merged and they weren't. Is that not the case?
You might want to ask Kim Gafford. I think she was first warden then.
But I ran that meeting and there was no discussion whatsoever of merging those lots at that meeting. It was a special financial town meeting in order to purchase those two.
I was-
lots. Years ago. But there was no discussion at that meeting that I can recall that involved merging the lots, only the purchase of the lots. So to what Kim just said too, there was a lot of discussion at that meeting about whether that property could be used for, in the future, for docks, to dredge and have a deep water dock there. Do you lose that use if you merge those lots? Do you have a better use of, there's a lot more involved here than a sundial. I don't think that we should entertain ruining some other use that might be more important than what time it is.
I
Well,
think
th-
this
it's
is,
a
I
small
agree with you. I
sundial.
think this is a bigger thing that we need to more fully vet. And I don't even know where I stand on it. I mean, I just got the email and,
It's a cool sundial.
My suggestion would be to put it on the agenda if we have room on January 18th or the February meeting, and have Margie come and actually talk to the council and have pictures and present the idea as a representative of the Old Harbor Task Force.
and
And I hate to say it, an email to me is not enough to.
and pursuant to the point Mary Ann was making a minute ago, I want to hear from the town manager and, what the process is for merging lots, what, for example, presumably if we're merging lots, if I recall from my days on zoning, there has to be an engineering drawing, we would presumably make the application. There will be, it may be de minimis, but there will be expenses associated with it. Before we say, yes, let's go and merge those lots, it just seems like they're all answerable, but there are questions that we need to answer. Are you okay just handling that, Mary Ann?
Yes, I am.
Great. Is that okay with everybody? I don't know. It depends on Mary Ann's work.
We're talking about just a sundial. I mean, it's a sundial. It's not a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. The rest of it's a whole different ballgame.
So there were two requests that were made. The first is, since it's town-owned property, the town council should take a look at and approve our proposals for the sundial walkway, additional plantings, et cetera, before I send it to CRMC for their approval. And we
And the
received,
agenda says for the construction of a sundial.
And none of the paperwork
That's it.
shows a site plan or a sundial.
no, it's this 2.5 page memo is what we got.
It was pretty sketchy.
So maybe we just ask when they come on whichever date we've chosen that they bring, that what's included in the information includes a site plan and the other necessary information to make a decision like that.
So why don't I work with Marty and get the information put together and stuff like that, so that when we
Thank
do
you.
come back, we'll come back with
Great.
couple of different things, both the merging and this piece. And
Thank you.
I'll look at some of the history regarding the vote that was made at, regarding the financial town meeting, and I would be happy to talk with Kim because I think she has a lot of information.
I've just got a question. Are both lots the park or not? I'm not even sure. I'm asking Kim Gafford if she knows if both lots are the park. No, the Phelan piece and the National piece. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Let me see what I can dig out.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There might be something in the deed to the second piece.
Well, there could be also some, like a financial town meeting when we bring forward certain things, like I think of the property we recently purchased, present to the voters on New Harbor. We said what we thought some of the uses would be associated with the property. So let me take a look and see what I can dig out.
If there is a rendering, that would be really helpful, of the,
I think, Kim, that special financial town meeting, both lots were purchased. There were many, many owners on each lot and they differed slightly.
there were different times.
Were they at
There were-
different
there were-
times?
The national lot had shares that were as small as a 93rd, I think, and the second lot was Phelan.
Is the path forward that Martha's going to talk to Margie and then sort of come to it?
Mary Ann is going to talk.
I'm
about
sorry.
it. Yes.
Mary Ann.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wonderful.
David.
David? Thank you.
My recollection, and Mary Ann might want to look at this too, also is that I think the land trust put money into the national piece.
Yes, they did.
And there might be a conservation easement that impacts somewhere along the line there. So that would be part of any investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 7, discuss and act on request from Block Island Recycling Management, BRM, for a rate increase for trash disposal, 15 cents per pound to 17 cents per pound, and commercial recycling, 7 cents per pound to 10 cents per pound. Ryan, now that we've fully dissuaded you from ever running for the town council.
Oh, no, he's ready to sign.
Guys, I feel like I'm shaking.
So are there stripes on the dump road? That's the. big
There's no
question.
stripes.
Ah, yeah.
But that was, it was a big question this summer if the mopeds would show up and they did
Yeah,
because it was officially paved. So
right.
there could be room for, not to go back into that, there might be room for lingo change.
That was where the striking came up.
That was the point.
Yep. So this request that we're making, this is, it might seem a little misleading in the letter that my dad sent in to you guys where he talks about, fuel increase and all the other things that are in play. But this is directly translating to a landfill and their price increases. And this is not us, padding pockets. This is us just keeping up with the increases that are happening statewide. So, and as for the price, my dad worked out all those figures and that's what he came up with as to how we can still be profitable as a company and produce a business at the level that we have now.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
First of all, thanks for all the work you do.
Of course.
Really appreciate it.
Of course.
You guys keep that facility, in a shape and condition that really is pretty extraordinary. And
Well, that is our goal. And
really
it's-
appreciate it. And
it grows exponentially every year. I know that we don't have these price increases all that often. So, since July, this has really been shouldered on our company entirely, the price increase. So, this is not something that will happen like every year or,
Mhm.
even in the next 5 years. This just directly translates to what the landfill is doing.
to speak, Sven. I can just tell you where I am on this, unless someone else wants to start. I am. There's two questions here for me. First of all, the idea of increasing from 15 to 17. Sort of on its face is not problematic to me. However, not however apropos that, I mean, but this letter raised so many questions for me about sort of how we handle and manage our waste stream. Does it remain a valid approach to be charging commercial and residential the same amount per pound? What are the things we're doing and gonna do to better incent sort of and maximize recycling? And none of these things are like what's BRM doing. It's just like as a town.
Yeah.
What are we, for example, going to do with composting over the long haul? And part of the reason that particularly recycling and composting come to mind is that if we are going to be essentially charging, if my math is correct, $340 a ton for our residents to bring their garbage. In my opinion, we have got to be really doing everything we can to give people an opportunity to actually reduce the amount of money that they're paying for their trash every week or every 2 weeks. Which raised for me sort of, at least for me, a need to actually have that conversation with you guys in January and really go through this stuff
I
because
agree. There's
because I have none of the, again, I just want to say none of the questions are, they're about us, you know, not about sort of the day-to-day administration or the day-to-day pricing, but you know, we have a system that's been in place for a long time. Clearly, if you just look at you know, the price changes that you're seeing, the price changes that we're seeing in our next agenda item, the data that you guys were able to send about our recycling rate versus what's on the website of of the state, whatever it is, Research Recovery Authority, they don't match. You know, if you read one, you're sort of like, oh my God, how could we possibly be recycling so little?
Yeah.
And then you read the more granular data that you guys give, and it's actually tells a pretty good story on recycling. So all of that, sorry to prattle on, but all of that leads me to, I would be more comfortable having the broader conversation in January and act on this then. That's my opinion.
I think the other thing, having had a conversation with your dad earlier today, that I really want to understand better, and I know Marianne and staff have been working on it, is some of the grants that I believe the town is looking into for composting, I mean, major activities, and make sure that those things get done, you know, which is both a berm responsibility and a town responsibility.
Yep.
So it's a real joint thing. And I think at that point, we can start to talk about some exciting stuff in the midst of all this. And like you said, this price increase doesn't happen often. Nobody wants it to happen often. This is obviously, I'll call it reactive from the mainland.
Yeah.
And now let's figure out how, you know, what we can do with other programs, whether it's composting and the grants, or it's, as you know, in the capital plan, that this is now a major effort to sort of redo that whole area, and there's been a big discussion about that. That should be sort of put part of this.
Yep.
Obviously, I don't want to put you guys in a further spot. You've been doing this since July, but I'm thinking that of all the months that are light loads, this is one of them. And so if we can hold this off till, again, the January 18th schedule may be growing and growing, Millie, so you gotta call that.
I'll
a bit.
actually, I have to disagree with you guys there. I think this is something that needs immediate action, because, you know, you say this is the lighter load of the year, but we have less money coming in this time of year.
Yeah.
So for us to bear that through the winter, sure, maybe we can do it, but this is something, it's a direct reflection to what's happening in the state. It's not like we're just coming up with these numbers. You know, it's, like I said, the fuel and everything, like,
Yeah.
we're paying a lot of money.
And drivers,
To keep-
CDL drivers.
We pay a lot of money every month to keep this business operational and at the level that it is. And like I said, we don't come here often. I would love to talk more about composting and all that at a future date. I agree with all of that. But this is just so that we can remain doing what we're doing at the level that we're doing it.
Can I ask you a question? So in this letter, it says that the Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation, and that's where our garbage goes,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Okay. That they are following legislation enacted by the General Assembly this past session, that commercial waste can no longer be disposed of under the town's municipal contract. The fee has increased from $90 to $111 a ton. So did that changed in July?
Yep.
Okay, so since July, Berm,
Yep,
your company, has been paying $25 a ton more,
more.
but
than-
not charging
as
your
we-
customers. You're not passing, since July, you've not been passing that cost on to customers.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I offer some clarification on that statement that's in this letter? What was happening before, resource recovery was, I think, somewhat generous with the town, and with, the rubbish removal company, yeah. Commercial and residential was going up together, and they were charging us the residential rate for even the commercial stuff. So now what they're requiring is us to segregate, and they've been doing that. They've
So
been-
can I interrupt and ask a question? Is the residential rate lower or higher than
It's
commercial?
lower.
It's lower. Okay.
So all along, Fairhaven's been charged the residential rate, the municipal rate for our trash. And they allow for almost so much, and then you see the cap, and then the rate goes up. So they finally said to us, there was us and another community that was continually doing this. They said, you gotta start segregating so that the commercial rate is charged for commercial removal and residential for residential removal. We spent a lot of time working with them, and Sean was involved with this. And so what we're doing now is we have segregated it based on what is at the transfer station. They're working on segregated, and I signed off on the document and send it up. So now the charge
Rates
Mhm.
for garbage.
Which is.
Is
a
that
headache in
creating more
itself.
work for you guys?
Without a doubt, trying to keep track of where everything's coming from. I mean, we have such a limited facility as far as space and ability to process and keep it clean to the point that they want it. I mean, they would prefer everything that we process is inside. We process everything outside, just because of limited facility space and what we can actually handle. And I mean, these numbers are growing exponentially every year. The amount of people, the amount of trash, and just trying to keep up is, like I said, a headache in itself. And we're asking for 2 cents on the trash, 3 cents on the C and D. That's what we're being charged at the state level. This is just keeping up with the times. We're not asking for anything exponential.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, Ryan?
Yes, of course, Steve.
Just, but the tipping fee for the people who show up at the dump is the same, whether you're residential or commercial.
Yes, yep.
Right.
Yep,
But your cost is different.
yes.
And then, so I'll own that I don't go to the dump. That's not my job. So if I were to show up with my household garbage, right? And my garbage from a business, do they go to separate places at the dump? Or are you accounting for them separately for,
We keep, it's all on, we have slips for everything that comes in. So that's how we create our report for Mary Ann, I assume.
Okay.
I'm not the one that creates that report, it's my dad. But
right?
we have slips that signify whether something's commercially come in or residentially. For trash specifically, we only have one compactor can, so all that it ships together. But we have to come up with rough numbers in a way through our accounting system to create this report.
But
with
previously-
that comes more work and, more time that goes into the whole sorting process with the same exact equipment, same exact facilities, everything that we had before, and we're charging the exact same rate as well.
But previously, when it was all the same rate, it didn't have to be accounted for separately.
No, it did not.
Let me make sure I understand.
Yep.
So when I come in and weigh in, or, I don't care, any business comes in, and weigh in my truck, right? In theory, are one slip considered commercial and one slip considered residential, or is it really all about dumpsters?
So people will come in with loads, I mean, if they own a
Commercial,
business, they'll
right.
come up with commercial. That's
That-
June does that.
So June
she
will
writes
write
on the slip what the business name is.
6061 or whatever it is.
And then when it gets filed away, it goes to
The commercial pot.
Exactly. But as far as separating it in the
No, no.
trash, no.
No, I'm talking about the
Recy-
bill.
Recycling, we attempt to try to keep segregated as best that we can so
Right.
that we can, you
Yep.
know, recycling's fairly easy. It's all lightweight stuff, easy to process. But it's the trash just with the limited facility. If we had another compactor, then we'd be able to do commercial and residential, but it's just facility limitations.
So the price increase that you're asking for, obviously, there's nothing retroactive to July. You'd be asking to start this
I just,
when
we're
it's
looking, we're
approved.
looking to start this effective immediately if it can be approved.
Right.
And like I said, we have no idea what's coming out, you know, with the economy in the future or anything like that. This is just so we can keep pace with what is happening right now.
So just out of curiosity, again, because I'm not super well versed in garbage. So since July, you guys have been paying $25 a ton. You guys have been absorbing $25 a ton that your customers are not paying, but you're being charged by Rhode Island Resource Recovery, right? How many tons of garbage are we talking about? Like on a summer day, how many tons of garbage?
So we fill up I think it's about 40,000 pounds is what our can contain, and we fill that up almost every day during the summertime. So 20 tons of garbage alone per day.
A day.
Yeah.
And then like this time of year, what kind of garbage are you talking about?
I'd say we could do that in probably a week and a half, as opposed to a day.
And that was sort of to my point of, you know, timing. I hear you on the fact of dollar to dollar. I got your point,
Yep.
Ryan, very much so. But I think there's so much going on in this that I would just love to have a really thorough discussion as to what's going on, including grants, including compost processes, including sort of the plan and where we are on the capital project, and just sort of have a full meeting on this. And hopefully we can do it in January. I feel more comfortable with that. And I understand $1 a dollar, but
I
we
get-
sort of waited from July. So I mean,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I personally feel that those are two separate issues. Where we go with the transfer station and the trash, the future of this island is, I mean, that's gonna be 20 meetings in itself.
right.
Now, this is, I get your concern in the
Yeah.
fact that the price is going up, this is gonna affect everybody. But I mean, this is a town that does not pay for their trash and their taxes.
Right.
Okay, like many other towns where
Right.
it's provided, and we try to keep on par with that sort of standard. And this is, I mean, I don't want to beg here for you, but
Yeah.
this
No,
is,
no, no.
we need that to keep going at the level that we're going. This isn't,
Right. And this isn't personal. So
I
you
know.
Yeah.
Trust me, this isn't personal. This is me from,
Yeah.
as a concerned islander, and the amount of trash that comes into this island, keeping it clean and the beautiful space that the tourism is improved when the trash is, you know, all taken care of, you know, more,
So,
I could go on.
so one of the things that is directly on point that I'm still not clear on
Mhm.
is why, given that commercial is now segregated and commercial is charged at a much higher rate, why are residential customers, it appears, subsidizing commercial waste? That's a today issue. That's not a long-term planning issue. That's,
See, I understand what you're saying,
yep.
but I think that you have to apply the same logic that people apply to sewer users and non-sewer users and water users and non-water users. So I'm not on sewer or water, but every time one of those bonds comes up, that goes on my taxes, right?
Not
And
the whole thing.
No.
not the whole thing, but what I am told and what the rest of the island is told is that I benefit from having restaurants that I can go to, and I benefit from having shops and public bathrooms and all these other things. So I do think it translates. I'm not sure if it
Yeah.
translates dollar for dollar, right? The way that you're asking,
Mhm.
but just if you sort of think of it the same way, it is another utility. It's a, it's, so should the residential users only pay what they're supposed to pay, and then the commercial, which is being subsidized, it sounds like, by households, right? Like, so should the commercial have to pay their commercial rate and the households pay their rate? I don't know, I just wonder, like, is that beneficial to, they're like, now they've got to jack up all their prices more to pay for their garbage, like, to cover the actual cost of their garbage instead of and then I'm just imagining, what is your bookkeeping nightmare going to be if you now have two different rates? Right now, you're accounting for it separately, but it's the same rate.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So let's say now what you're going to run into is, if I still had my gift shop, right?
Mhm.
I'd be taking all that there and be like, oh, this is my household garbage.
Yep.
No, I have 1 ton of cardboard coming into my house.
Yep.
Like, right? And then are you going to take me to task on that? Or are you just going to be like, I can't deal with this, just dump your
Probably
cardboard?
something like that, yeah.
Right. So I'm just wondering, like, right, a lot of our businesses are small and,
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
well
just trying to
thought.
put a real world scenario there that, like.
No, the
I'm
real
just not
world,
gonna try
the
and get
real
away
world
with-
scenario, with all due respect, is that I'm paying more for trash I'm paying an extra tipping fee for residential trash, and therefore subsidizing the commercial tipping rate.
You are
Yeah. And-
already. You already
and
are.
by the way, I'm not even saying that I'm not necessarily open to that, but I don't understand exactly enough about how the numbers work to be prepared to support that. I'm happy to have the conversation, but given what I have in front of me, and this is where the plan comes in, if we're going to buy into that on an ongoing basis still, then I want to know that we have a long-term plan on this. And right now we don't.
What
Okay,
is,
can
what
we-
is the alternative?
Can we,
Just like that.
excuse me, can we back up? What exactly are you asking for right now?
I'm asking for a rate increase on the trash and the commercial, and demolition.
Okay, so the trash is the 15 to 17.
Yep.
And what's the other?
Commercial is 7 to 10 for like bulky waste and recycling. is
Yeah,
that right?
yeah, sorry.
Where is that?
Commercial
affordable.
recycling from 7 cents a pound to 10 cents a pound.
Yeah, that I got. Oh, I just missed that line. I tend to read the first line and the last line, but in the middle
I
is.
really should have brought a sheet myself.
Yeah. So you are increasing commercial.
Yes, yep.
Increasing commercial recycling and bulky waste.
Yeah.
Not demolition.
Not demolition.
Not
If I
demolition.
said that, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Bulky waste, what is that?
That's
Like a sofa?
construction waste type stuff.
Oh,
But
Ryan, not demolition, right?
Let me see here.
commercial recycling is what the letter says.
Yeah, not demolition, recycling.
So commercial recycling is going from 7 cents per pound to 10 cents per pound. And everybody's trash, because it's a blended rate.
Well, the commercial, that's directly translates to what you're saying. That's not subsidized. That's going
I know
to
the
people
recycling,
that are bringing commercial recycling.
right, that's on the recycling side,
Yep.
but it's not on the trash side.
Well, the trash, it covers how they up the tipping fee at the landfill. From,
So you're saying that they didn't increase the commercial tipping fee more than they increased the residential?
well, they
tipping
increased
fee?
the residential as well.
Right.
Is what I'm saying. But
But differently. A ton of commercial waste costs more to drop off than a
But-
ton of residential waste.
yeah, but we're not talking about commercial waste. We're talking about the price of trash all around from 15 cents to 17 cents.
And recycling.
does a
And-
commercial,
And commercial, that's a separate thing, yep.
does a business that brings a pound of trash to the transfer station pay the same amount that I pay if I bring a pound of trash to the
Yep.
station? That's all, that's what I'm saying.
Currently the same.
Right.
Yep.
And it's segregated by June, saying you're a business or you're a person. I mean, I'm just saying that was the
Yes,
way you
but
said it.
it's not segregated for purposes of the tipping fee that gets
No,
paid.
no, purely about billing.
It's segregated as an accounting matter
Yes.
that,
Yes.
which the state was requiring.
So I'm wondering, at the lower part of the letter, it says previously, all waste generated was disposed of at $48 per ton until exceeding the cap and then charged $90 for over the cap. This means that a portion of the cap was used for commercial waste and now all commercial waste will be charged $115 per ton.
Mhm.
Additionally, the disposal rate for municipal trash increased from $48 per ton to $54 per ton and will increase again to $63 per ton in the fiscal year 2023.
So that part right there is basically the reason for our request. I understand your concerns, Keith, and
Mhm.
about the subsidization factor, but what I'm trying, and there's certain things that I'm not quite, I kind of jumped in this role tonight. I
Yeah,
don't-
Sure,
There's
absolutely.
things
By the
that
way,
I'm,
nice job.
yeah,
You're
it's-
doing
seriously.
great.
I'm kind of unaware to a couple things here,
Yes.
but as far as the reason for the price increase was not to so much counteract this commercial tipping fee increase, but it was the overall price per ton, even with the residential increase as well. And I think that what my dad is saying is that what he wants the price increase to be reflects that as opposed to the overall increase in the commercial. I think this just strictly represents the residential increase that we're gonna be paying. And that's just across the board. Where he says 48 per ton to 54, and it's gonna go up to 63. So that's just having to do with residential.
Okay, and then I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you finished?
Municipal.
Okay, sorry. So commercial recycling will now be charged $75 per ton, where previously there was no charge. So
So
that's coming up in 2023 as well.
Yep, so to get the recycling off the island, it costs X amount of dollars. We used to be able to get rid of it for nothing. You know, now we're gonna take that in and we're gonna have to pay to get rid of all of that. So the cost of our trip plus the weight of all that. So 3 cents to our commercial customers is, can you put a price on that? Because everybody else is paying nothing for the recycling.
So I'm just struggling to understand, just to reconcile. Commercial recycling is currently charged at 7 cents per pound.
Yes,
I thought you just said it wasn't, but
I may be talking in circles a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right. So like if I take in, my trash can full of bottles per week,
Mhm.
it's free.
right.
But if I own a bar and I have a dumpster full of beer bottles per week,
Cardboard.
oh, cardboard for
Yep.
sure. Right. But right. Is
Yep.
all
recycling, yep.
cardboard and bottles and cans are all right?
Yep.
Okay.
And we do find that commonly, those businesses do use dumpsters, so
Mm-hmm.
I understand why you say dumpsters, but there are people, like PD at the hardware store, she'll bring a truckload of cardboard down. That's commercial
Sports shop.
charged.
Yeah.
The sports shop, exactly, and those are commercial charges.
So
So
Ryan.
they're paying 7 cents currently.
Yeah. So before I made sort of posed the question, it's happened in July and why now? But the real reason why now is the jump from 54 to 63.
I believe so, yes.
So the 48 to 50, just to make sure everybody in the audience, the sentence that Molly read a minute ago, additionally, the disposal rate for municipal trash increased from 48 to 54 per ton and will increase again to 63. So that's a $9 increase. I assume, on January 1st.
Yep.
I mean, I have to
Yep.
assume that. That's why.
So I believe that is the main reason for the urgency in trying to get this through, because like I said, we've been shouldering it since July. Definitely has made a noticeable dent.
You've
been
been
Um,
over the $6 increase, but
yeah.
now it's, in theory, if you go back to June.
Yep.
Okay, but we're, again, back to what was actually talking about. I think we're good to things here. We have this whole, thank you. We have this whole, setup, this whole scheme, this whole, where are we going to go? What are we going to do down there? I think that's not something that's going to be resolved in January. That's a way out. And I mean, time-wise, a way out. I don't have I gone back and I don't have a problem with this now. I just don't think it's that big an increase. I don't think it's, and I know every penny counts and everything adds up. And I'm always one saying that at financial town meeting, $1 million here, $1 million there, and you get real money pretty soon. But that's not what we're talking about here. I'm in favor of it.
Marion, can I ask you, like, you sound like you understand this pretty completely, right? Like
Pretty
you,
good, yeah.
right? And you've been talking to Sean about this, and have you been talking to Rhode Island Resource Recovery, or?
I haven't talked to Sean in great detail about the increase that he is requesting. What I can tell you is, some of the increase that we're seeing in the tonnage, they're really increased. I do think there's a broader conversation that we do need to have with Sean, in regard with, commercial versus residential, and some of that area that Keith did touch on. And to be sure that commercial trash is commercial recycles is commercial recycles, and residential is residential. As I said earlier, that at one point, up until this year, all trash was being charged to us at the municipal rate. And Rhode Island Resource Recovery says, wait a minute, you, Block Island and a couple other communities, you need to change that. And that's why they have the accounting issue they now have, because it wasn't being segregated before. I think some of the stuff, as we look forward to the operations of that and the renovations and things of that nature, will improve some of the things that are going on. So
And can I ask you, so when you said that they weren't being separated before,
they were going up in one container, which they still go up in one container.
and they weren't,
However, as he said, as Ryan said, they are maintaining slips, and I have to sign off now saying that this is a residential and this was commercial. They are maintaining slips, and they give me, it's a chart or one page of that. We work with Rhode Island Resource Recovery to be sure that there was a segregation.
and previously was the town manager a part of this process, or that's like a new part of this? Like, have you always, and the previous town manager, have you got, I don't know what the process is. Like, is the
So
town
we
manager always
can-
been somebody who has to sign off on,
Mm,
sorry?
The sign off came when we had to start segregating, when they said, hey, wait a minute, you folks were taking everything up under one bundle. We're still taking up on one bundle. However, we were charging the rate. We're charging the residential rate for both a mixture of residential, commercial. Rhode Island Resource Recovery recognizes that for us to get stuff off the island, it wouldn't be economically feasible to have recycling residential truck and recycling commercial or trash. I mean, if we were off island, it's easy to have a couple of trucks and they go up to, resource recovery.
We wouldn't be having half these problems if we were outbound.
Right, it makes, so the logistics of being on an island 13 miles off the mainland offers some logistics issues. So Rhode Island Resource Recovery worked very closely with us, and it took some time, and Sean was not amenable to a lot of stuff, and then he had no choice, but basically had to agree to it. Because what was happening is nothing was segregated. And I have to agree with Rhode Island Resource Recovery from that point of view. Commercial rate, they do have a commercial rate and they have a residential rate. And we were just sending everything up in one bucket. We still send it up in one bucket, but everything was going up and they were only charging the residential rate. So now they separate. Is there true increase as it relates to the tonnage? Yeah, there is. But I think there's a broader conversation that Keith brought up that we do need to have. And to be sure, if in fact, some of the residential rate that they're charging is absorbing some of the commercial rate, some of the commercial trash, then let's have that discussion and make that informed decision that that's okay. We realize that and we recognize it, if you follow what I'm saying. Just
Right.
like when you brought up the sewer and water, we went before the voters and we specifically said 25% of this will be charged to the general population on the tax bill. Can we have a vote on that? And it was the yay or nay.
So here's what I'm wondering though. So we do know all the numbers and you've signed off on numbers. We know what the tonnage has been. We know what percentage of that was commercial. We know what percentage of that was household, right?
What I've been signing, and it's only been since July, and what they've been doing only since July is segregating the two.
Right, but also since July, they've been shouldering the burden of the extra $25 per ton. So my question is, like, if we're gonna postpone this, maybe we should, I mean, maybe there should be some retroactive payment made from the town. I mean, is there some reason why someone who has a contract with the town should be suffering financially because we want it our way? You know, and I just wonder, since we know all the tonnage, shouldn't there be a retroactive payment done? Because we know all the numbers, apparently. So,
That's what I tried to bring up before. I think the discussion now, and the reason it's before us today versus August 1st, right? Because I mean, there was no reason it couldn't happen then, is the $63 number. I mean, that's the big jump, it appears to me. And, you know, if we want to, I don't mean entertain, but if we want to go and vote on the increase, that's great. I still want to have this meeting in January. And that to me is the beginning of a much longer, bigger conversation. And a little to Ryan's comment, they are sort of two different things. I actually don't see them as really as different as you probably do. But I just think we need to go that. I don't think there's any need to talk about retroactive. If Sean had wanted to do it in August, he could have been
And
here in August.
that's not,
well, I'm
nothing, nothing
gonna
that,
defend this a little bit
No,
and
I'm
say
saying,
that
he runs
I'm
his
gonna
business.
say that I know where I was in August. I know where everybody who works out here is in August, not sleeping, overworked, looking for 14 more hours a day. So
September,
I-
October, November.
I know, but I'm just saying, I think it's unfair to expect that somebody would have like had the time and the resources to put, like
Well,
the
it's
resources
up.
being time to put something like this together in August. I don't know. I'm not trying to defend. I'm just saying, like, if it were me, I know how much extra time I had that time of year.
I just want to say that's not something that we're necessarily seeking. We're not.
Right.
We're
Don't-
not
don't
seeking
ask
that. And the planning for everything that we're getting into in the future, like you said, meeting in January, let's do it. Meeting in February, whatever it's got to be. This is addressing what's happening right now.
So-
What's currently happening, it's been happening since July. There's been a rate increase at the landfill where
There-
we now have to pay more to get rid of the trash that the current rate is supposed to reflect, and it does not.
I don't dispute any of that. Here's-
That is in core.
Let me,
that's
let
what
me
we're doing
finish.
here
Let
tonight.
me finish
Sorry.
now. I don't dispute any of that. A ton of residential garbage costs, let's project out $63 a ton. A ton of commercial garbage costs $115 a ton. But residential and commercial customers at the dump pay the same amount of money per ton.
That's how it currently is now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I'd like to know sort of why we're doing that.
That's a broader thing. And I agree, that's something that we should probably look into. But this is keeping up with the now.
But it's
Like I
not,
said.
it's not a broader thing. It's this thing.
It's
That's
this.
what's before us.
But this is something that's been in effect for years and years before I could even, get the words to come up here. I was probably,
Yeah.
this has been happening for, 30 years out here. We've been building into what it is today, and it's going to keep building. We need to keep it's going to come from efforts outside of a private company. We have the contract and we want to serve this island. That's
Mhm.
why we do it first and foremost. It's not the cleanest, not the easiest. We do it because we're serving the community.
Mhm.
And at the same time, we need it to pay our bills. And that's what we're asking here for. We're not asking for, the sun and the stars. I'm looking for us to be able to pay our bills based on like what's happening upstate, a
Mhm.
direct reflection. The bigger conversation about what's happening with the commercial and residential, how it's being, who's bearing that burden, that's for the future. But
But
this
it's
is,
not for the future. I'm not,
I mean by future, I mean it can be January. It can be now, but this is something that we can put into effect right now to aid this facility, aid this thing that helps the island so much.
And right now, the commercial is the one that's really down.
Can I offer a little bit of clarification here also? The tipping fees, it's for fiscal, the 5850 for the municipal under the cap is for fiscal year 23-24. It's not July 1, 23. Fiscal year 24-25 is the $63. The 115 cap is fiscal year July 1, 23 through 24. So it's the upcoming fiscal year for that. Let me see if I can find the rates. Yeah. Yeah. So just for clarification, because I kept looking at this, I said, wait a minute, something's not making sense.
So it's not effective now to the 63, it's next year?
The 63. We're in fiscal 23. That when you started talking, I'm like, wait a minute, you're in the wrong fiscal year here. So fiscal year 24, which starts July 1, 23, a per ton municipal disposal fee is the 5850. Okay? So how much? 5850. Then the 7/1/24 through 6/30/25 is the $63 per ton.
I'm sorry, say those dates again?
$63 per ton.
At what dates?
That's at 7/1/24. So the 5850 is where is on this piece of paper? No, I'm trying to see.
Mary Ann, sorry, are you getting these numbers from the contract that we're going to talk about
Yes,
And
and also
the next item?
emails.
Oh,
yes.
there it is. I see it. It's item number 3 on the contract. It's the next item. Now I get it.
So I guess, I'm wondering, I know like, you really don't like that same price for household and commercial. But I'm just thinking about how much garbage goes out of my house. It's so little. I don't know whether that's unusual, but if you compost and you recycle, like, you just don't have that much garbage. I don't know. I'm not having the same, like, upset about it. I guess that, I understand what you're saying, right? Like it's you feel like it's a bigger conversation, but I don't necessarily feel that, and I'm not all that flush, right? So it's like, but it doesn't feel like a pinch in my world. Like, we compost everything, we separate out all the paper and we recycle everything. We don't have much garbage. So-
neither do I.
Yeah, so I'm
It's a
just
big-
wondering, well, sure, if I was commercial, maybe I would have more garbage, right? But they're paying the higher rate.
No, they're not.
No, but they're paying, okay, they're not the high, I'm using the wrong word. They're not using a higher, they're paying the same rate. But how much are we subsidizing that? Not that much.
Well.
With
uh,
my like
uh,
30 pounds of garbage, you know,
Again, so just to answer Molly's point, it may well be that the smart thing to do is to have a blended single rate for residential and commercial. I haven't heard it.
We've always just done that based on,
Right.
if, ease for
Yeah.
the people participating and with the facility limitations that we have. It's just been easier. And that's where we need to have a broader conversation. What are we gonna do with that place down there when we're taking in, 250 tons of garbage a day?
Okay,
And people also laugh at me too when I say, I wonder if in my lifetime, it's gonna be $1 to get rid of a pound of garbage.
It could well be.
And that's right. And that's,
Yeah.
that's how it goes. And that's one of my main points is that these couple cents, buckle up if that's causing a hiccup too, because it's just gonna keep going up. This is
Okay,
just
could-
the world
could
we
I-
live in.
could I back up in time here?
Yep.
Because I remember when your dad took the place over. And the first year that they brought that he and Mike brought the proposal in, we all said, that's impossible, they can't do it, and they didn't get the contract. The second year, the second time they brought it in, it was, Dave Holt was the town manager then, and it was, they're really insistent they can do this. And we didn't weigh anything then, everything was in bags. The bags were paid for, a bag was $2 for a bag. And that's pretty hard to even get to a bag. It costs $2 today. And the idea of weighing everything was, we said, you can't, it's not going to work. There's no way on God's green earth you're going to be able to do this. And finally, everybody just folded and said, let them try it, see what happens. It can't be any worse than it already is. Anybody who remembers what it was like then knows how bad it was. And if you don't remember it, you're lucky. And that's probably part of why it was all put together in the first place, because just splitting it out seemed like it wasn't going to be practical, it wasn't going to work, and it would probably be reviewed at a later date. Well, we're at that point now. We were probably at that point 10 years ago, but we didn't get there. And I think there's the inequity is between here and Providence, if I'm understanding. I consider everything north of Kingston, Providence. The inequity is between here and Johnston.
Yep.
Is it? Yeah.
Goes to Johnson.
And that's what we're talking about. I think we're really talking about two different things, what we're paying here versus what ultimately is being paid to them, and how these numbers translate to those numbers. And that's why it's a little tricky to follow it. And I understand what you're saying, Keith, and I don't necessarily disagree with you philosophically. I do think because the dates on this are wrong, we've got more time to really review this before the bigger numbers kick in, and to do the review that probably, as I said, should have been done a long time ago. It hasn't been. That's everybody's fault. We probably spent more time talking about this tonight than we have in years, which is a better thing.
Yeah.
But I'm in favor of giving them the increase they're requesting, with obviously the caveat that we will be discussing this no later than February of next year.
Sorry, if we go ahead and, Marianne, this is a bit of a procedural question, or Millie, on this contract, if we allow an increase now, but by the time we go through all the numbers, because by the time we go through all the numbers, if we want to either rescind it or change it, is it fixed for a year, or how does that contract work, Marianne? Do you know? Because right now I can't get many of these numbers to jive to
But this
the,
has nothing to do with.
This is, they're in mid-contract and they're asking for an increase now.
right.
So this, the contract allows them to come before the council and ask for the increase. I don't have the contract in front of me as to the dates and stuff like that. Do you know off the top of your
I
head?
don't.
you got that?
I don't.
So I don't have it with me. So, you know, if you want to, and I guess this is procedurally, and Jim, help me jump in here. If the council, James, if the council goes forward with this increase, if they look at the number and decide, you know, the increase is not warrant, can they bring it back as a discussion and agenda item and rescind the the increase or maybe reduce it slightly or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. I think they can,
That's what I
they can
think.
make changes, sure.
That's what I thought. I just wanted confirmation on that.
So the answer is yes.
I say yes. I'm trying to go back to last year's numbers.
Because I'm literally going through the contract on the next agenda item and this Sean's letter, don't take it the wrong way. And I can't get all these numbers to jive.
You're not gonna.
Huh? I'm not going to.
No.
Right. So I'm a little worried that the numbers are just a little wonky. Anyway,
I can't speak on.
no,
the
don't
numbers.
try.
But didn't you have a,
You've done an incredible job. so.
wasn't there an increase in the commercial several summers ago?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, there was something
there
with the,
might-
I thought it was with the,
I've only been working there for 2 years, Martha.
well,
Before-
that's,
Before that, it was over my head. This is,
I know, I thought maybe you were like the, the landfill prodigy down there, transfer station.
I'm not
I was sure.
disputing that, but I'm saying 2 years prior.
Feeling good?
So I found the contract, going back. The last contract we signed with, Rhode Island Resource Recovery was a 3-year contract. And the municipal disposal fee was $47 per ton in 22, 54 in 23. I missed a year there, didn't I?
I think they put,
47, 54, I think. No, maybe it was only 2 years. I take that back.
so I think they put a sign up at the transfer station saying it was increasing effective as of a certain date before it had been approved.
so that could have been the last rate change, which was probably close to 10 years ago now.
Wasn't that long ago. It was
Right.
before COVID, but that's all I can tell you for sure.
I think it might have,
I think I was on the council, wasn't that
really?
long ago? I mean, who knows? I have no idea.
But
I
when
used
a
to hear
le-
Jamie Johnson complaining about it.
so, but what I would
That's all
say
I
is
remember.
whenever the last rate crease was done,
That was
it
commercial.
doesn't really have anything to do with the recent increases in the costs from Rhode Island Resource Recovery. I mean, because we're not talking about just an arbitrary, it's been a couple years, we want to charge more, right? Like,
This is a direct cause and
this is
effect.
like a direct. I mean, and I know, like really what you're addressing, what you guys are addressing is the actual upcharge from Rhode Island Resource Recovery, right? But then in the letter, your dad is also referencing recent increases in the price of fuel. So that's a real thing too. I mean, I know
Yeah,
it's come
may-
down a little bit, but
Maybe he mentioned that just as consideration on top of it all, but
right.
as far as from my point of view, this is separate from that. This is cause and effect from the
Right.
landfill to how we need to keep up with that.
Well, the dates in the request don't align with the contract that we have here. We obviously have, for me anyway, I can only say for me, I shouldn't use the word obviously. For me, there are fundamental questions around the idea of a blended rate, but my mind is totally open to that. My mind is open to that. It may be that there's a reason that residential waste drives more cost into the system. You know, whatever. I like,
Yeah.
you know,
And
if we're going to have the conversation, we should have the conversation.
And I think,
But-
sorry, I don't mean to jump in on you, but I think it'd be worth, polling the public too, not that you guys aren't elected, but I think talking directly with the public, maybe getting some numbers as to what people would like to see or you know, what they expect from us, in the future. But this is directly,
So just to finish my point.
Yep.
There's plenty of room in my mind for the notion that this blended rate remains this single rate makes sense. I don't know enough about this to vote for it tonight. I think that you should be compensated for increases in tipping fees. I totally get that. But to me, there is this basic question that we have to reconcile, which is commercial waste is going up at a significantly higher rate than residential. I mean, significantly higher. And yet we're sticking to a system that is a single rate for both commercial and residential users. That's my problem.
I don't think that it should be considered that we're sticking to it. This is just what we have in place now. You know what I mean? So this is what's happening right now. If we want to make moves towards segregating that, we're all for it, but we just need proper planning and time. This is just so we can keep up with what's happening right now. This is, in my lifetime, if I continue doing this, I'll probably be before you guys, maybe not exactly you guys, but I'll be here for many a price increase change, and
Sure.
this is going to be nothing new. I see no problem with trying to figure out how we can, you know, save the residents from flipping the bill for the commercial. I completely agree with that 100%. It's just, it's not how we do it right now. And to get to that point, it's going to take some proper planning, but where we are right now is, you know, shouldering this burden from the transfer state or from the landfill currently. So don't think this isn't that we don't want to get to that
I don't
point.
take that
That's
away
what-
from you. I don't, absolutely not. There's nothing but, there's no bad faith here. It's all good faith
Yep.
on both our parts.
Yep.
But I'm just telling you where I am.
I
To me, the commercial rate is accelerating at a much higher rate than residential. We don't have a proposal before us about how we might reconcile that. And I'd like to see that. And by the way, maybe that doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
I'd like to get that to you, Keith.
Yeah.
I would like to make progress towards that and improving every aspect that we do.
Yeah.
Growth is necessary.
So Keith, I think you said where you are. I guess I'm torn a little bit to either move on this pricing now per the request, even though I don't quite see how the numbers tie to the contract, but I can move on it with James's statement that we can change that in, I'm going to just say 2 months. So we have our meetings, we realize there's a little math difference and we want to bring them down or whatever, adjust them. Or we don't move on this today and within 2 months or within the month and a half, we increase them to potentially this rate or a higher rate. I mean, I whatever those numbers truly bear. And I guess the question just gets to be, which do we move on? You know, and a little bit to Molly's comment, they've been bearing some burden. And, you know, I'm fine, but I'm not truly comfortable, not just with Keith's point around subsidization, but just even what the numbers are right now, or what they should be. So I guess I could go either way. You know,
So I have a question for Marianne. Like this new contract, the next item on the agenda, goes into effect on July 1st. Right?
Mistaken, hang on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so if we were to approve this increase, does it, see how, like, can we change it? for
So
this
you're
new
looking-
contract,
you're looking
or-
at two very
Or they're
different
two
things.
separate? So the price
is-
isn't part of the contract?
This is
That's what I
Rhode
wanted to
Island
get to.
Resource Recovery's This is before. you-
This is them.
We're
All
not
right.
going to change this.
Got
Yeah,
it.
this is sort of like,
Well,
we're
Yeah.
stuck.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I couldn't formulate the question because I don't really have one. Okay. Because I was muddling it. Okay.
I wish my dad would have let me, proofread at least before he had sent this in, then maybe we wouldn't. have-
No, don't say that.
These are clerical,
It was
not
the
substantive.
Patriots lost.
It was the Patriots.
Well, it's-
The Patriots lost, so. Blame it on them.
I was saying people should, put a lot of money against the Patriots this past week, and I hope some people listen because they would have been some.
No,
I'll make a motion that we approve the raise, the increase, I'm sorry, the increase from 15 cents per pound to 17 cents per pound. And the increase for commercial propane from 7 cents per pound to 10, I'm sorry, 7 cents. Let me use correctly. To 10 cents a pound.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Great. We may need a roll call on this. So Molly, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Aye.
I'm a no. Motion carries.
Thank you, guys. And just as an extra statement, Keith, I would love to work with you personally.
And we're not done. We're not done. We're not done. No, we're not. Hold on. Hold on. Make a motion to have, to schedule a meeting. That's not, okay.
I think that's when we roll it back, we roll it up.
Yeah,
Really
no,
figure this out.
I agree. This is just, clot the bleeding. and
Absolutely.
For that, I appreciate, but, as we are a private company, we're very much in partnership with the town. and
Absolutely.
We want to be on every same page as you guys, every step of the way, and
But we're not always going to be, and that's okay.
that's all right.
This, this was a lengthy conversation that was worth having.
Yep.
It's
and
not, it's,
hopefully-
there's
hopefully the start,
nothing, you
because-
did a fabulous job. There's nothing personal about it.
Actually,
It's
I think
just,
you-
that's where I come down
I should-
philosophically.
You come, not.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Fairness to the transfer station folks is, I think we need to look at 10 years of what the tonnage rates were and how they've increased, and also 10 years of what you've charged.
Yeah.
And I,
So I think it's worth looking at that stuff, and also answering some of the questions as relates to commercial versus residential. And if possible, and I can talk to your dad or meet with both of you probably.
Yeah.
And because I have some ideas as to, I think the information that we need to present to the council, so as they move forward and make more informed decisions.
Yeah.
In regards. to
Yeah.
this.
part of
Because
the
I
reason.
understand the
Yeah,
concern.
sorry, excuse me, Marianne, sorry about that. Part of the reason that we're having this conversation is because we have always done the same thing. And by we, I don't just mean Block Island. We have a landfill in Rhode Island that we just keep sort of hoping that maybe we can squeeze another acre or another 50 feet out of or whatever, and not looking at this stuff. The tipping fees, the truth is, my bet is that the residential tipping fees at the landfill are highly subsidized by commercial. So it is cross subsidized. We come up with every way we possibly can to try to keep sort of people from going mental about their trash because no one seems to want to do anything about it. My no vote has nothing to do with, it was nothing personal.
No, I know.
But we got to talk about this stuff.
And that was the point of my comment, was
Yeah,
just that I'm open, we're
absolutely.
open, and I'm personally excited to see what we can come up with, because I can't see them dumping at the landfill forever, at least in my lifetime.
Exactly.
There's gonna be, we're gonna have to come up with, get creative. So,
How does that calendar look for January? I mean, question, should we have this on that agenda? Should we have a separate meeting? And I want to call a meeting.
I feel like it's up to you. At this point, we don't have too much on that agenda. I know that there have been things discussed tonight that may, land there, but I don't have a lot of backlog.
Let's put it on the agenda, right? So I make a motion on the 28th of January, to have
The 18th.
The 18th.
sorry, 18th of January, I'll give you an extra week. Have an agenda, the topic would be, rate discuss and, discuss long-term and short-term plans, including rate increases and rate structures. Thank you. That's a much better way to put it. Rate structures, with Burn. And the request is that we ask the town manager to meet with Sean and Ryan and maybe Amy or whoever else should be part of that and really start to break the numbers down. Right now, I want to get the numbers right, but as importantly, I want to make sure that that's a bad plug. That's a bad plug. I want to make sure the numbers are right, and then I want to decide whether we have to make a change.
And you don't want.
So Millie, is that somewhat the 18th?
Right, the 18th to discuss long-term and short-term plans of rate structures.
Yep.
We'll give Millie leverage to, edit.
Yes. Is there a second?
Second.
So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
None opposed, unanimous. Look forward to it.
Well, thank you guys.
So
Terrific.
before you go on a totally different topic, I want to congratulate you on your win. Ryan's
thank
our
you very
new town moderator,
Assistant.
highest vote getter.
This is good
now.
training. This is
Thank
good
But,
training.
This is training, exactly. dude. This is-
and I just want to thank you for running.
Of course.
We had a
keep-
very
hopefully
anemic
more people
ballot
might
and
enroll.
Absolutely.
it was awesome that you put yourself out there on the ballot.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And thank you guys for your time. Well, thank you for your patience too, because,
Don't go too far either.
oh, okay.
You want it to go to the next agenda? Yes.
Yes, unanimous. Agenda item number 8, discuss and act on solid waste and recycling services agreement between the Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation and the town of New Shoreham for the term of July 1, 2023 to July 30, 2025. June 30, 2025. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve now that we spent a lot of time looking at it, make a motion to approve the solid waste and recycling services agreement between Rhode Island Resource Recovery Corporation and the town of New Shoreham's term of July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2025.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? No discussion? We don't really have, unless we're gonna create a new landfill somewhere or build a resource recovery facility. out of Lewis's Farm. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? No? Unanimous, Millie.
All right, of course, guys.
Thank you,
Like I
Brian.
said, thank you
Really
very much for your
appreciate it.
patience. You want this back, Keith?
What's that? Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you, guys.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. All right. The next agenda item is a resolution supporting the housing board. My understanding of this, if you haven't seen it, we have copies that we have to sign here. The Affordable Housing Board is pursuing grant funding for the project near the cemetery. What are we calling that site now? Ball O'Brien Housing. Obviously I'm supportive of this, but I think we should really thank Cindy, the members of the Affordable Housing Board, Tom, Marianne. I know that there are many hands touching this.
Allison.
Allison Ring. I don't want to miss anybody. But I also don't want to miss an opportunity to say thank you. I think there's a lot of discussion in the community about housing. I think there has been some frustration in some corners about the pace. And I think as you're seeing on the agenda tonight, between this resolution, some of the stuff Tom is going to talk about, and the ongoing discussion about accessory dwelling units, et cetera, that things are actually moving in a positive direction. So I want to thank you all for making that happen. So I would make a motion that we approve this resolution of support of the Block Island housing development.
Second.
Discussion? No discussion? Not?
You said
All-
everything.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that's unanimous, Millie. Thank you. You want us to sign these, is that correct? Either one or three.
And then Amy's up.
Amy, we've missed you so.
Hello.
Third one's coming. So Amy, what do you got for us?
We have some November financials. So I apologize first for getting them to you all so late. I would not be surprised to hear you didn't have time to look at them. But in general, things are holding fairly steady. Revenues are very strong at this point, and expenditures are right on track. This is through November, starting with next month's report, the end of December. We'll be including projections. So we'll start talking about how the first 6 months will translate into the rest of the fiscal year. And to keep it brief, there are really 3 things that I would want to call your attention to, 2 on the revenue side, 1 on the expense. So on page 3, there are 2 line items there. Building permits and other clerk's fees. We've talked about these each month as lagging a little bit behind. Both had very strong Novembers, which now bring them right back on track. We had a single building permit that made a huge jump in those revenues, and then a number of real estate transactions that bumped up the other clerk's fees. Again, whether the first half and the second half of the year align, we'll have to wait and see, but it's at least nice to be in the right spot and back on the path that we should be. On page 6, I'd like to look very quickly at state aid for the hotel and cottage tax and the meals tax. The numbers that you're seeing there in the year-to-date column are going to represent July, August, and September revenues. In both of those categories, the hotel and the meals tax, you had our highest months ever for each of those 3 months. That's going to be a combination of volume and price increases, since these are percentage-based taxes. We all know that there's been some increases in pricing, and so that's translating into the revenues. The budget number for hotel for fiscal year 23 was extraordinarily high. This is something that came out of the state budget, the $889,963. Very aggressive. I don't know that we'll hit that necessarily, but again, we're closer to being on track, and it's definitely possible with those big months coming in. And then the other place I would take you is page 20, which is the GIS Technology Expenditure Department. Not because there's anything concerning, but because if you were to look at the numbers just on their face value, there's a big discrepancy between the current year track and prior year's track. And that's really because last year was the anomaly. It was a transition year. Things were changing and evolving. Not everything was deployed, particularly in the beginning parts of last year. This year, we're much more into a regular schedule. There's been technology investments. And so it's really, this year is a more standard. Last year was sort of under expended, particularly in the first half of the year. So I just wanted to let you know what that looked like, but I'm happy to take any questions if anyone did have a chance to take a look.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. Amy, can we go back to page 6 for a minute? Because I want to make sure I caught your comment.
Sure.
Which is on cottage, hotel and meals tax. So the 79,097 was the highest month ever?
No, yes, the highest September. That's going to represent September.
Right.
And 93,766 on the meals is for September. Those are the highest Septembers. August was record breaking and July was record breaking for us.
Right. So if I look back, if I'm looking at last year and looking at.
Oh, why is 79 lower than 95?
Yep.
Yep. Because that is a combination of both the hotel and the cottage. And the cottage comes in a slightly different time frame. It's
So
actually
the hotel is the highest ever.
those, exactly. Yep.
Got it. Thank you. I just had to make sure I got my math.
No,
have a-
that's great.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question. Amy, it's Martha.
Mhm.
Did we ever have a way of tracking, not how much money came from any place, but how many of the places, is everything out here registered as Block Island? Do we know that?
I am not equipped to answer that. I know that at times over the years when we've talked about that question, it has been wrapped up in that sort of taxpayer privacy issues of us having a small population. But I don't have any more specifics.
I guess the only, the question, I guess, perhaps would simply be to the people who know the answers. Is first and foremost, is everything that exists on Block Island reported? I mean, they would know that, wouldn't they?
I think what you may be asking, and I don't have the answer to this, is whether things are classified by where a particular venue may be located or where the corporation is located.
Right. Yeah.
And that's probably something we can work on getting an answer to.
If they're the highest numbers ever hit, it looks likely they're actually here, but we don't know that.
Mhm.
That'd be great information. It's always been dicey to get it, I know.
Sure, I can do some following up and see if there's new answers.
Sven?
Yeah, the other thing that I found interesting about that was I'm right with you, Amy, on high room rates drive that cottage or the hotel side. But I'm surprised with the meals because the meals is significantly up and it's not, I mean, there is some pricing there, but not like hotels we've seen. And it just means that many more meals must have been sold. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a fair assessment, and I haven't had extensive conversations about what other drivers may exist.
And
I
that's for-
suspect there may be some higher compliance on the meals than 5 years ago.
Are there were more places open?
And you had Surtex and the cable guys.
Certainly, you saw winter meal numbers
Yeah.
higher as well.
But the price of the meals is higher too.
It is,
yeah,
but
just
not like hotel rooms are just sort of took a skyrocket the last few years, but you're
Well,
right,
they
they're high,
have for
they're
a
high.
few years.
But we also, I mean, I was in restaurants all through the fall and they were much more crowded this year because of all the contractors. I mean, you know, we've seen.
Yeah.
And yeah, but you know, even last night, Old Island Pub had a lot of contractors.
Just wait till we have broadband.
Indeed, I totally
You're
agree.
gonna be able to eat out.
I just have a question, Amy, a bit of a follow-on from Martha's question, which I had never contemplated before, is a great question. And that is, how granular are the reports that you get? You know, in other words, do you basically just get a check and say or not a check, obviously, but a transfer, or do you get pretty detailed reports? I'm just curious about what that
Nope.
looks like.
I just get a lump sum of money.
Really?
And so, over the years, we've built a pretty good history
Yeah,
of what and when. And Jess, Willie and I have conversations throughout the year about patterns and trends and things that we're seeing or anomalies that pop up. Because they have a similar funding stream
sure.
at the Tourism Council, but no, there's very little context that's provided. So it's really those conversations and business owners and tourism and
Right.
chamber and trying to understand what's happening.
That's pretty interesting. Maybe even disturbing.
Maybe you could even get some information from Newport and see if they've got anything. If you have any contacts.
Mhm.
If you've got any contacts with finance directors in any of the other towns, see if they've been able to find anything out.
We have had conversations with taxation over the years, and one of the constraints that they've identified previously in providing more granular information is because our reporting population is so small. They have not been able to do that, they say, because it would immediately identify taxpayers.
Yeah,
Or-
I'm not looking for how much money is coming from any individual. I'm just looking for who's here.
But that has been a frame for why they can't release additional information for Block Island particularly. But we'll keep trying. We can keep asking.
Molly, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question on a different subject. I have been approached by a couple of hunters who asked, apparently the Deer Task Force was supposed to make some sort of request to you about the tail money. The fund that they get paid out of for shooting deer. And they're concerned that the money is going to run out for this winter, and it's their desire to kill deer is going to outlive the money. Is there any way to transfer more money into that account?
That's a great question. And I do suspect that we will hit that point in January. Two things happened at least last year when we created the fiscal year 23 budget. One, I don't believe we had a request from the Deer Task Force for any funding, given where they were at this point last year. The numbers for fiscal year 22 hunting season were much lower as well in terms of the deer taken and the reimbursements given to hunters. Those two facts combined, we actually reduced the deer management line for the current year budget. That's on page 10, if anyone wants to look at it. So we went from 15,000, which is where that line's been historically funded, down to 12,000. Much higher activity this year means that we are pretty close to maxing out that 12,000 in terms of tail and tag reimbursements. One of the avenues that is available to the council would be to subsidize any additional tails and tags out of contingency. Typically, that's the kind of request that the Deer Task Force would bring forward. I don't know if they're meeting as a body at this point or not, but that would sort of be an answer to that question if the council wanted to take action in that way.
Do those requests now just go to Mary Ann?
What, what request?
The deer, the tail bounty, whatever we call it.
I think Shirley takes care of that.
They actually dropped the tail on your desk.
I never thought about that. What do they do with it?
But I guess Molly, to your question, the root of the question is, I don't think any of us would, I would not support stopping paying for tails because we run out of money. So I would support tapping into contingency or some appropriate fund, because it's going to be a couple $1,000. And I think given all of the interest in Lyme disease, given all the issues, I would support that wholeheartedly. I think everybody, well, I won't speak for anybody else, but, so therefore, I guess that if we do reach that point, we would want to, we would want to direct Amy and Mary Ann on that.
In the absence of anyone else to ask, I can put a recommendation in front of the council in January.
That would
For
be
you to
helpful if
consider.
you would do that. That would be helpful.
That would be great.
Or it can go to Mary Ann. I mean,
Well, except that we have to act.
oh, yeah.
I was just gonna say, the council has to act on the contingency.
Is that something we should do preemptively or just wait until the money runs out?
I think we should allocate the money and maybe it gets spent, maybe it doesn't, in other words, we can say with confidence to hunters, fire away.
Literally.
We're going to be here, God willing, and I think that's all we need to say right now. I don't want to allocate money until we have it.
Are there any further questions for Amy? Amy, as always, this is a highlight of my month, maybe not yours, but I like getting this stuff. I really do. And you guys presented so well and thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very much.
All right. Mary Ann, receive and act on report of town manager.
So I really don't have too much to report this evening with the council meeting with the staff regarding end of the year reports and also the recent meeting we had just a week ago where staff would be coming forward with the council in the upcoming year. I did not provide a written report. I didn't ask the staff to provide a written report. The last big issue that, if you want to call it issue, that we are waiting for the final written report on the background check of the police chief. And if I do get that soon, what I would like to do is possibly schedule a special meeting sometime next week before the first warden flies out of the country. So I have tentatively asked not Amy, Millie to draft the agenda, which he has done for December 29th. We don't have we have the time. We don't have a time. We'll wait because Sven is coming back. So we're looking probably late afternoon, 4 o'clock on. So that's what we'll do. And once I get that, hopefully in the next 24 to 48 hours, I'll have more information for the council.
Molly and Martha, does that work for you? Are you here the 29th? Yeah.
It is.
Great. Thank you, Mary Ann.
Now that Sven said 3, 4 o'clock, that's what we'll work around because I know he was coming back on the island.
I don't know that,
I'm coming back on the 11:30, so 1 o'clock, you need it earlier. Yep.
We'll stick with 3 or 4 o'clock.
great. It was a great report and, I don't think we've said publicly, or congratulated you publicly on your son's wedding. It sounds like it was a wonderful time.
Thank you. And it was a wonderful time.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a great time.
That's
It was
great
good to
stuff.
get away for a few days too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mary Ann,
So everyone knows I love to walk. And where I was in a community called Sanford, which is right outside of Orlando. And I was about 1 mile from a big lake. They have large lakes. And 8, 7:30, 8 o'clock, I'm up, I'm walking, and sure enough, halfway into my walk, as I'm heading to right before I get to the road where there's all the restaurants and bars, I see on the ground a large Heineken can. So needless to say, I took pictures, and that's the first thing I brought back. and
Yeah,
showed
it was
other
very
council
nice.
That other communities are facing the same
It's
thing.
not unique to us.
It's not right.
Absolutely.
Mary Ann, the only thing on your report, which you mentioned about the CRMC coming out, and that the reports are being completed, and this is regarding Ballards. I just would love to get a timetable if you know when that the potential application and or hearings are going to take place. And I think the council may want to think through whether we want to write the CRMC an opinion.
I will get that.
The assumption, just for everybody's knowledge, is that, you know, there were many things that CRMC said were in violation. They were taken down. I'm sure there's going to be an application to put them back up. And I think that we may want to have an opinion as to whether we think they should be put back up in our mind. CRMC's decision, but we should talk about it.
I hate to get all technical about this, but we should also, James, if you haven't fallen asleep there, would be helpful to know what our standing is on matters like this.
With CRMC and
Yeah.
others.
I think we can weigh in, definitely.
That's not a tonight question. I just mean.
Oh, yeah,
that'll
I
be
think we can,
One
for
of the
sure.
questions is standing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mary Ann. Tom, do you want to talk about Thomas? Fantastic. Bye, Bill. Would you mind doing if you think it's appropriate, just a quick update for Molly on what you've been working on? Because I think when you did the initial presentation, it was pre-election. Oh, were you there? Oh, you watched it. Okay, great. Terrific. Oh, okay. This is about the moving of the houses. No, this is about Thomas. This is
Well,
not.
there, I have a little, I'm
Sorry.
touching that anyway.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Right. Great. Thank you, Tom. Forget it.
So good evening. The first thing you have before you is on the Thomas property dated today. It's the same sheet you got last time with a new rev date on it. The reason it's revved is we fine-tuned the Connecticut Valley Home estimate and took out some of the lines that were there that were already in their price, such as siding and AZAC trim and such like that. It was already in their bid price, and we got a lower foundation. Oh, sorry, that's on the next one. So the price did come down a little bit. The economy of scale is obviously to do both facilities together for Molly. That is the Thomas property house that's there now, to remove that and put a new building with two-bedroom apartments on the same foundation, and then build a second building down along the north side of the property, sort of behind Mike Shea's house, which would have one bedroom and one two-bedroom apartment. And the garage would stay. The access to that would drive around the garage and come into the back of that. So in your package is a little site plan. If that doesn't make sense, let me know. But the prices come down just a little bit by fine tuning stuff, but I don't see any great changes in the future now that we've worked it out. If the question was whether we wanted to go to FTM on this and go for the economy of scale. If not for the both facilities, then I'll give you a number for just the Thomas property, and then we'll go for the next one in next year. But I think, you know what, we have the momentum. I'd certainly encourage going for both if we could.
At the ballpark of just Thomas alone.
Yeah, you can do the math.
So no, is this 886 is Thomas alone?
Yes.
Okay.
But the numbers here don't really reflect the economy of scale because.
That's my question.
Right, but when you mobilizing, demobilizing are significant costs in any project. You're only doing it once for both jobs, and those numbers would then come down. But these numbers are worst cases if you did each by itself. And then you would be optimistic to see a reduction if you did them both together. I have no way of knowing what that number is, but it is less.
I mean, for me, I think it makes all kinds of sense just to do them all together. And I mean, I don't know what others think, but I think we should prepare on that basis, certainly.
I would certainly
And,
recommend
as we discussed when we were, sorry, I was confused, but as we were discussing about the house moving, I mean, my own opinion is that if there are, we need to talk about whether there are other ideas, whether that's moving houses or, whatever.
Well, we have this other one we're gonna talk about in a minute, and then there's another one on the agenda.
Yep.
Couple of items.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think collecting these, sifting through them and presenting the town with a fairly, what amounts to global,
Right,
now.
and keep in mind that maybe we could publish, I'm looking at Marianne, we could publish all the incentives that, we're looking at a housing facility that may have Harbor's facility that may have housing on top. We're looking
Right.
at a town garage that may, and that we also have to be cognizant of the numbers.
Yeah.
We got 16 units coming up in Ball O'Brien.
Yep.
We're looking at 8 or 10 units. That's getting to be.
Yep.
So what some people see the market, so
Mhm.
we don't want to overshoot, obviously.
Right.
That's,
Absolutely.
that's true, although I was at the school or all of us were at the school the other night, and you realize the impact on teachers and the impact to have flexibility with teachers. The housing becomes critical. So I'm just saying, I agree with your point. It's easy to forecast low.
Right, but remember that our criteria I'm not sure it's written down anywhere, but it's public safety officers first.
Yep.
And then teachers, then regular town employees.
It's public, for the Thomas property loan, it's public safety, it's police officers. First, just police officers,
police.
not public safety. Next is all town employees. And then the final is the general public.
Correct, so.
Yeah.
And it fits everything that we're doing.
So is there a way, and I don't mean to be a jerk, but is there a way to understand what 886? What would it cost if they were done separately at different times? Because right now this number, I understand, is that house, but the assumption is, or you say here, combined price together, that's when you're doing them both at the same time. Because when we go to financial meeting, it would be great to say, hey, if we do them together, it's 1629. If we do them separate, it's 18.
It depends when you do the second one.
I know, but.
I mean, if you do it next year, I could probably guess that. If you do it 4 years from now, I couldn't.
Is the 1.629 if we do them together?
Today.
Gotcha.
Which is
I
the
was
two numbers
confused
added
about
up.
that. I know that, I was confused. I thought these were the numbers sort of without the economies of.
No,
gotcha.
these are the worst case
This is,
numbers.
it's buried, it's,
Yep.
it's, yeah, go.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Can I ask you a quick question about? Sorry.
So this shouldn't be confusing. The two numbers that we have here, are these worst case scenario or are these best?
Worst,
And so the total down here is worst case.
yes.
Doing
So
them
what,
together.
take care of him. You're saying that we can probably get a better price if we do them both together at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Not probably, I can assure you.
Okay.
So-
Molly.
Okay, sorry about that. I just have a quick question about finished basement not included. What sort of foundation are they on?
Full
On what?
basement.
Okay. So what is it when you say, it says here, finished basement not included?
The Connecticut Valley home price does not include a basement. That's a separate number. So,
So where is that on
so
here?
the structure, the Connecticut Valley home for the two-bedroom structure is 657. That basement is already there. So their price doesn't include any basement. It's for, I think we all know that, but it's for edification. Down in the bottom one, same thing. The structure is 449. But we have to get the basement separately, which is why that foundation is so much higher. Because we're just modifying the one for the Thomas property, but we're building a whole new basement for this new structure.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So the structure really just means structure
Yes.
and common.
The point is, it ties back to an estimate, which doesn't include the basement.
Does include the foundations and the basement is the new one.
So the
Yes.
abbreviation on the top one is foundation modification.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, basically, we're cutting out a little bump that was.
that's
sort of-
okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Anybody else have any questions?
But I have a second part.
I have another question
Okay.
about this, but I didn't want to take Molly and Martha's floor. So, what's the timeline for a project like this? You know, in other words, financial town meeting approves $1.629 million, or no, actually, it's $879,000.
It's 6 to 8 months for construction. And then, once the ferry and all that is figured out, they're put together in days.
Gotcha.
And then we have to come in and connect all the wiring,
Right.
plumbing, and all that. But, and while they're being built, we would do the foundation and all the site work.
Right.
So that's overlapping.
And are we gonna have to, can they be phased in such a way that we don't have to find housing for people who might currently be using? You know, like, is there?
It's gonna be pretty hard, because the whole idea is that they would come over together.
Right.
And so I would say that would be a least desirable plan.
Gotcha.
Because right now, we do have another problem in that we have to find more suitable housing for the CSOs.
Yes.
And then we put the more senior officers in Thomas, which is more consistent with the plan.
I see.
But you know, at the same time, we do have a little bit of money in the coming year, in the current year, sorry, for fixing up the motor pool. And we may be able to get more of the officers over there, and that way the Thomas property could be raised. You know, we probably are now looking at raising it after the season anyway. And right now, there's only Chip that's living there. So,
Right. Gotcha.
we could fix that.
Terrific. Thank you.
Second question? Oh, sorry. Okay, so on the other alternative, probably, so I just said relocation of this thing forward.
Thank you.
And since the closing today, I got a little bit of information. So for most of you know, Kim, I know you may have been in the conversations. We have a couple opportunities to move a house from the neck down to a lot over by what Martha tells me is the former Methodist church. I don't mean Barbara, Martha. Yeah. I did. Unfortunately, the only hard money we've sunk into this is to clear the title. And one of you very wise council members said, you better check the title on that. It turns out we don't own either lot. It says so on the plat and map thing that they're owned by the town of New Shoreham, but they, the ownership went with, what was the Littlefield? Lorenzo. And Lorenzo had no heirs. And when he died, the lot was left in limbo, and for some reason, it's titled owned by the town of New Shoreham, but in fact, it's not. So we have to, and I need your permission and endorsement then to go to activate our attorneys to look at a quiet claim. I don't know, James, what a quiet claim is. I used to call them quick claims, but maybe I had it wrong. Okay, so there is such a, I didn't even know.
That's how we get the state beach. I am not an expert on this in by any way, shape or form, but that's how we got the title to the state beach by act of the General Assembly. The title was quieted.
Okay, so if we wanted to pursue a quiet claim, the house may, we could move the house into another location on the site it's on now, so it's out of the way of the new construction, but still available for us to move if we ever wanted to. I don't want to, the biggest single number here is Verizon. We're removing the wires. And the big wires, if you ever want to travel that route, are crossing Ocean Beach Avenue at the intersection, and then there's another couple along down by the back entrance to the power plant. There's another one that swings down low, and it's the 250 pair. They're, you know, the big ones. So sometimes they can drop those in the road, and you can drive your load over them. Other times they have to cut them and then re-splice them. So.
Well, for me, I think this is very much worth pursuing because there's, you know, this is a 4-bedroom house for $572,000. That's just, you know,
Yes, yes.
unburdened,
They
of course,
both
by
are.
knowing what quieting a title takes. You know, I don't,
This is another state, it's a black hole, otherwise it's a long time.
Right. So if you,
Really, do you know anything about it, even Lorenzo Field?
Not beyond what I saw today.
we have, there's two little lots there. The corner lot is
Yeah.
a 1/100th of an acre. The other one is about a 1/4 of an acre. And Lorenzo had, what's the right term, in the letter, where he had given it to the town for the town's use when it was the center of the town. But if the town didn't use it for that purpose, it reverted back to him, which we presume it then did, or maybe not. But that was in 1867. The lot 80, it's map 18, lot 80 is much bigger, and it was never moved to bequeathed or anything to the town. So it,
We won't be now.
who knows? Yeah, so the
That's his state is. I don't even know.
it, Joe, thank you. Joe Priestley has done years of research on this for various reasons. And no, he said it just died. The trail died when he did.
James, you're back in law school. So can you explain to us in layman's terms what quieting the title means?
Right, so when you do a title search, there's potentially prior owners or prior easements or something on the property. The quiet title action would be something in court that would provide notice to any heirs, beneficiaries, that would forever silence those claims.
And you have to somehow proclaim in newspapers, et cetera, that this action is ongoing, and speak now or forever hold your peace?
Exactly, it's a whole statutory framework for that. And we did it in North Kingstown previously for to move a lot line for a public building.
And how much does that cost generally?
It's not extraordinarily expensive. I mean, you'd have to go to court, so there's basic litigation expenses, but besides that, the title search, some advertising costs, mailing costs, it's not extraordinary.
I mean, my own opinion is.
Takes some time, though.
We should
I-
pursue.
It should
I
have
was
been
just gonna ask what
18.
kind of
And
time? Like
It'll take a
what
few
sort
months
of
at
time?
least. It'd take a few months at least to get everything squared
Start
away.
now, a few months at-
Oh,
I'm sorry?
Could you talk about the timeline again, James, please?
We were all
right.
talking.
Right, the timeline, I think at least a few months to get the advertising together, the case filed, a court date, notice to anybody that's involved or potentially involved. So there's definitely, I would say 3 to 6 months.
Remember, this is what held up the Cherry Lane for so long. This same kind of thing. In fact, it wasn't this bad. How many years back did this die? This whole, are
Late 1800s.
you sure is that late?
I
That
have,
long
I
ago?
have, I'll share with you a letter from Joe Priestley that lays it all out.
Okay, I didn't think it was that long ago. Is there any, I mentioned earlier that the town owns our East Beach. And that was done by act of the General Assembly when the state was going to build the beach pavilion. Is there any kind of precedent for a community getting this done through the assembly for community use?
I'm not sure about that. I have to check into that.
Okay, thank you.
I guess in my opinion, and Martha that's a great idea or question. My opinion, we should get this straightened out no matter what. I mean,
But that's been mine for years. It's just how much money it's going to take is the question.
well, and assuming that I'm following James and if we need to put a budget around it, didn't sound like a lot from James'
It
description.
would have been done a long time ago. It was that simple.
Okay, do we want to ask the town manager to get a detailed budget on what the quiet claim will be? And assuming it's under 10,000, then do we want to move forward? I just don't want to wait months and suddenly have this,
Marianne, how should we proceed given that?
Let me talk to James. I'm thinking this is only going to cost about $3,000.
me too.
James, how far off am I with that number?
I don't think it's far off at all, really, not at all.
I didn't think this was, when James said insignificant, I went to $3,000 to $5,000.
So I'm willing to even say up to 10 or up to 5, that's fine. But I would love to start moving on it as soon as possible.
I think it's worth following through on this. That's
If
what I'm-
nothing else, just owning
if
the
you
land
will.
that we're supposed to be owning.
Tom, you and Marianne have a sense of where the four of us are, so I would say, Marianne, as you see fit, press on.
And if you
That's-
need a
that's
vote,
my
we'll do it.
I don't think we need a vote.
Good.
No,
Good.
Not for something like this. It's a consensus. I'm okay with moving forward with this.
this is, there's, this is sort of the hard work that gets done to make projects happen. So thank you, Tom. I mean, I mean that,
Thank you.
There's, things get complicated, things get difficult, they get pushed off, and then all of a sudden it's 10 years later. So thank you for doing this.
This
I
is
really
where,
appreciate
this is
it.
where usually those projects are dropped,
Right.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
And that is why when this came up before with the different potential buyers for
Oh,
the church, I was saying, no.
The next item is to discuss and act on potential partnership regarding employee housing siting. I'm going to let Sven carry that ball.
No. So at the last time when Tom presented, there were 3 houses and we were talking about the sites, right? And the one, well, we all know what the houses are. And about 2 weeks later, actually a number of us in this room were in a meeting and Scott Cummings arrived at the meeting with a list of places he would think about to locate a building that was near, sort of from a radius of where these were located. And the first one on his list was the Block Island Club in the northeast corner. So just to put that, it would be behind the Namenworth's house, sort of, that makes sense. Or when you drive in that club entrance, the road bends to the right and it would be sort of there, right? So the northeast corner. That's right now all brush, having gone and looked at it after Scott mentioned this. I then talked to the town manager. I then spoke with the president of the Block Island Club and just said, would they even be interested in entertaining an idea about the town working with them about relocating a house there and have housing. And at that point, he said, we're having a board meeting the next day. They came back and he said, we would love to talk about it. Now, what those details are, how it works, this is where James and Nick and, lawyers have to get involved. My assumption would be it's a town building. Do we go for 100-year lease? I'll let smarter minds, put that, but I think if there is a way to, and Tom, which house do you think we would put there? the Cape. So if we put the Cape there, that's how many rooms? 4? So we put a house there, if we could work it out, it's hundreds of yards to move it, right? I mean, you're not talking very much moving. Okay, 1,000 yards to move it, hundreds of yards, thousands.
Is the wall bound?
What?
Is the wall bound, northbound?
I don't know, but I've seen a survey, I've seen an old survey, and there's a weird notch in there from the land to the Riccios, whatever the name is, that has a notch. But anyway, assuming there's enough land in there, which I'm going to assume for a moment, is this something the council wants the town manager to pursue? I don't see any reason not to. There's a little bit of cost, obviously, but if we can make this work, it just seems like a really interesting idea. And work would be, what's the deal with the club? Is there enough land? How do we do septic? How, there's a million questions. But I would like to pursue this because I don't want a house torn down when we can have 4 rooms within a year. A good house. Yeah. A very good house. So when I talked to Marianne about this whole idea, she said, if the council just wants to do this, and I mean, I think everybody's sort of in favor of it. If council wants to do it, she just needs to sort of hear that and quote unquote be directed to do that. So I'm bringing it up. I definitely want to pursue it. And if, maybe next month we realize it's not worth it, fine, pull the brakes and we try. But my hope would be that it can be worth it.
Any thoughts, Molly or Martha?
I have one question, right? So of the 2 houses down there that are available, one is very attractive and the other is a little funny looking. Are we talking about putting the funny looking one next to the Primitive Methodist Church? Oh. I mean, just aesthetically, I have a problem.
It's
It's such a historic, I know it's such a historic area though. So it's not in the historic district, but that does not mean it's not the historic town center. I know, I'm just.
We can make it.
Oh, no.
Just-
The other one is, we voted, we would have to take the decks off, we have to take the decks off and move it off. And, the other one is narrower than one lot, this one's pretty square and big. It's a lot more. But, we hate to leave it behind, and that one has less pressure on it, but the owners don't need that away. So we have time to make this work. I think if we were gonna go this way, we have to certainly look at the zoning first to make sure that lot coverage and all that kind of stuff. are
Yeah.
very deep.
Yeah. Oh, no, this is, step 1 is, can it be done?
And then we have to see what's in the process. But that's what we do that.
Can I just clarify, based on Molly's question? We've talked about 2 potential house moves tonight. One is the moving of the house that Molly was talking about. That one is the one that would go at the corner of Center and Beacon Hill there. Gotcha. I know, I just was asking about one to clarify. The second one is Captain Willis?
No.
So Captain Willis is off the table. This would be the second one on that site, if you will. Gotcha. Okay, great. Right. Okay, great.
And
I just wanted
is
to make
Captain
sure.
Willis off the table totally, or is Captain Willis off the table for, it's a question.
Cat Willis is pretty the up inside. I mean, it's a structure, it's an older structure. It's sold to
Yeah.
But everything can be moved, it moves out of play. So,
So for right now, it's,
Verizon was in fact.
So obviously Mary Ann would figure out the first things, which are, is there enough land? How does it work? And then feasibility. So I guess I'll be bold to make a motion. The council requests the town manager or requests the town manager to investigate the movement of whatever house that's called, the Cape House, to the Block Island Club.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? There you go, Mary Ann.
Thank you, Tom. I know
thank
it's a
you,
lot of
Tom.
work, but- Yeah.
I'm sorry, your agenda item's over.
I know, I did look at, I had mentioned
He's
another.
not through. He's not through.
I'm not through, but
So careful.
I had looked at another, I had even discussed, another private public venture, that didn't get any interest. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, you know.
And this one may fall apart. I mean, very quickly, but gotta try. This may derail.
Mary Ann, you want to talk to us about the
Thank you.
MOA with Local 720?
If the council remembers, this is in regards to the police contract. Some time ago, the police, at the beginning of COVID contract, they decided to extend it for 3 years, 1 year with first year taking 0% and the next 2 years a wage reopener. So the wage reopener, as the memorandum has said, outlines the wage reopener. And for this year, beginning July 1, 2022, the annual increase will be 3%. This raise will be retroactive to July 1st, 2022. Included in the packet for the council and also up on ClerkBase is the financial impact statement, which is required under Rhode Island general laws. Just so you know, this contract does expire at the end of this fiscal year, and I have received the communication from Local 720 IBPO to commence negotiations for a successor contract as of July 1, 2023.
My comment is congratulations and thank you.
Yes, same here. Thank you.
And to all involved.
Yes, thank you. That's a great outcome. Anything else on that, Mary Ann? Do you need any action from us?
Yes, I do need an action.
I
from the
would
council.
make a motion to approve the memorandum of agreement between the town of New Shoreham and Local 720. Is it IBPO?
Correct.
Yes, IBPO.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any noes? Unanimous, Millie. 15, discuss and act on rules of procedure of the town council. That was not on to actually have that discussion. It was on once again to say, we are going to do this. Please read it and think about it and come with ideas.
And not at 10:15 at night.
No, it was never to move through it. But did you want to speak, David? I know that you had.
Yes, I did. So I think I assume the baseline of what the councilors will be reading now is the draft that Millie and the town manager, Mary Ann, had prepared several months ago.
Yes.
That's the starting point.
Yes.
So as I reviewed that for that meeting, whenever it was, it seemed appropriate to me that having taken the first steps with those changes that the ladies recommended, it would be important to be further in support of the new town charter and directly in support of what Keith mentioned shortly after he was sworn in about the desire of the council and the manager to move in the direction of, what's the phrase now? Running the meetings paperless, meaning everybody was using ClerkBase. So one of the things that has been important to me is making sure over the past couple of years is making sure that everything that was in the manager's the council's packet for the meeting was in fact on clerk base. And town clerk's office and the manager have done a pretty good job in improving on that process over the last couple of years. Obviously, it has to be pretty close to perfect by the time the council is ready to become paperless. Seems to me like there's an appropriate place in the rules of procedure to build in, actually, let me back up one sentence. Part of that process includes that the council needs to have the package complete so they can adequately prepare for a meeting. In advance, and it's up to them to decide what that time frame is, rational time frame is. And so I would just like to offer my support of that concept and hope it's something that the posting to clerk base can get ramped up to that nth degree of whatever that timetable is that the council might think is appropriate, so that the audience, the public, can take advantage of it sooner rather than later, even though the council hasn't gone paperless yet. For those of us that do follow the council proceedings on a routine basis, either physically present in the room or remotely via YouTube, I think it's an important facet of becoming more transparent and being consistent with the spirit of the new town charter. So I thank you for taking that under consideration in advance. I thank you in advance for taking that into consideration.
Yes. You and I have talked a lot about this. And as you know, Molly and I worked a lot on this for close to 2 years. So we take it very seriously and really look forward to your input as we, whether we're hitting the nail on the head or not, will be very helpful. Thank you, David.
Be happy to answer any questions when they come up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to work with those clerk-based documents over the last couple of years
Yeah.
because it makes the attending a meeting that much more meaningful.
Yes.
Even when
Yes.
you're just listening on YouTube, if you know what's being discussed, there's a huge takeaway for the individual. Thank you.
And I think a lot of that actually is not the software or clerk base, but our clerk's office developing real expertise on the use of clerk base and ways to use it to enhance public access to information. So I really applaud the clerk's office on that. So 16, discuss and act on board, commission, and committees. We have a couple of resignations. We need to take a formal vote on Bill Penn, Bill Penn's position, leaving the Historic District Commission. Just to be really frank, unfortunately, Bill is not doing well, has not been attending Historic District. Pursuant to council action, Millie and I worked on a draft letter to Bill telling him that he was, as a practical matter, had de facto resigned. Martha pointed out, I think appropriately, that we should take a vote on that as a council. My sense of the form of that should be to acknowledge his resignation and extend our thanks to him for his years of service. But I want to hear from folks. Is that okay? So I would make a motion that we acknowledge and extend our thanks to Bill Penn for his years of service on the Historic District Commission and to the town generally. And that, Millie, I'd be happy to work with you on a letter that says that. Is there a second? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unopposed.
And one of the things that probably should note in that, Bill was one of the people who worked really hard on the historic easement on the Spring House. That when there was some consideration of some development that would have made everybody very unhappy, he worked with Historic Preservation in Providence, and especially, which gave a lot more strength to any enforcement.
That's
I think,
terrific.
and the Spring Houses, to their credit, has done a fabulous job keeping that place
Do you
going.
mind if we run the letter by you?
No, not at all.
Thank you. I think we should acknowledge that, acknowledge the Amanji's contributions as well. As excited as I am for her, and her new role at Brown, I feel like it's a real loss to, but, very bright and engaged, and, one hopes that over time she'll become once again engaged in town government. Now we have the annual appointments. Molly, this was new to me, obviously 2 years ago when I started. This is an annual, yes.
So a question, there have been a couple of people who have decided.
Do we need to accept it formally? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I would make a motion to accept Thea Manje's resignation from the tourism district. With thanks.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed,
Okay.
no?
So where I was going was, there have been a number of people, and one of them that was pointed out to me the other day by Kate was Carl Kaufman leaving, and the harbors, and all the contributions, similar to what you just said with others. And I think at some point, whether we as a council need to do it or just the first warden, a letter from the first warden or the council, however one wants to write that. I don't want a resolution. I don't want to make it a big deal, but just sort of a thank you, because some folks, and we all know many, have spent years on boards and have dedicated a big portion of their life to it. And I just think the letter recognizing that's not clerk-based, I don't mean this the wrong way, Emily, but it's not just a form letter, but it's rather, hey, thanks for working on these committees and doing that. Somehow I'd like to build a system to do that, because I think it's reflective of the quality of people and the care of their contribution.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
So I don't know what's the best way to do that, and how we make sure that people get nominated for it, but let's talk about it over the next few months.
Absolutely. So on these positions, here's how I thought we could do this, since quite frankly, I can't remember how we used to do it. So I thought that we would go through and flag, I'd just go through and flag any changes that were occurring. And then we could make a motion en masse to make these appointments. Yes, and there are some other notes in there as well that I want to walk the council through. The first is about 7 or 8 down on town officials. We have a vacancy on Director of Public Welfare. That used to be Mary D. And before our meeting today, we reached out to Marguerite to see whether she would be willing. It's largely at this point, I don't know, ceremonial isn't the word, but we have people who do the staff, on staff who perform these functions. And I thought there was something awfully nice about keeping it in that family. Marguerite was quite touched by that, and would love to do it. We have a change in town solicitor for prosecutions. When we did the RFP for that ended up selecting James's firm and Nick's firm, we did not change prosecutor. That remained with as Stephen Marola. That's highly unusual for that to happen. Dare I say, I didn't realize when I was advocating for an RFP that we had to make that change, and we didn't. But this would have it be Nick and Nick's firm and James. Bill Landry is being reappointed here until the conclusion of the RFP process that we have underway for land use. Commissioner on motor vehicles, we still don't have a volunteer. I think we need to talk about Deer Task Force. Personally, I'd like to set this aside and put it in hibernation until we have a broader conversation about it, because literally they haven't been able to achieve a quorum for, a year and a half. And at some point, the community is voting with its feet, because we've sort of used every avenue possible and no one wants to serve. So maybe it needs to be reconstituted or reimagined or something. That's has nothing to do with Marianne or Tom. It's just they're on it and they can't meet because no one will volunteer to serve. On Historic District Commission, we have Elizabeth Moss, who has volunteered to serve. And
Does this begin the 30-day requirement that was set in place? Existing rules of procedure. We did not have opening until.
oh, good.
Yes. No, but we didn't have an opening. All the bill was. We didn't have those commission. Advertise that when it was discussed in November, and we sent the letter. I hope we don't do that again. Bad procedure.
So that Elizabeth Moss, we may not be able to, but we're gonna.
So that's something,
Yeah.
that's something
Yeah.
that was procedure.
Yeah. Yes. Will you be sure that we flag that? Thank you. So that would, Historic District Commission would be Elizabeth Moss. We need one from among us to be our designee as an alternate on Hodge Management. Sven also already serves, but we have one spot open.
What-
Basically, it's a once a year. Basically, it's a once-a-year meeting and discussions as to maintenance, management, support of the Hodge land. And the best part of the meeting is it usually takes place in the middle of the Hodge property and on a nice day.
So the Hodge property is owned by the town,
No,
Joint.
yes.
jointly with who?
Block Island Land Trust and the Block Island Conservancy. Right, four parties,
GNC.
BIC, BILT, New Shore,
Thank
TNS.
you.
And Molly, I assume you know this, but just in case you don't, a lot of the times, many of the conservation lands are a combination of, I'll just pick Land Trust, Block Island Conservancy, and the town. And if three parties own it, more for if there's ever default, then the default goes to, like, it's this incredibly intricate web, all with the intention of never losing land. I mean, is that an easy way to say it? Yeah. So that's,
Mhm.
and we basically meet and talk about trails, we talk about what bushes should be cut, couldn't be cut, and sort of the management of it. So it's not a big, it's a good group, it's a great group. We need an
Would you like to do it?
No.
Martha? Okay. That's gonna be Martha. I just have a hard time when these are.
Library board.
Yeah, library board. Library Board of Trustees, we have an opening for Lisa Nolan's seat. Do we have a resignation from Lisa, or did she just indicate she didn't want to be reappointed? Right. On broadband, the seat that Christine had was specifically for the principal. So we're going to add Kyle Riley to that.
Is there no replacement for Lisa on the library board?
So
Thank you.
I did go to their last meeting last week, the Library Board of Trustees. And Lisa, they gave her a gift and a card and everything, and she's finished. But I think they are evaluating different ideas for people.
Great, terrific, wonderful. Look forward to hearing from you.
Of course.
We have an opening for John Cullen's seat, the Amanji seat. I'm not sure that the Tourism Council is covered under the charter prohibitions from members serving. Yeah. But I mean, I would be very willing to make a motion if we need to formally that there's enough change and transition occurring on that board that having the continuity of Neil serve for a specific amount of time, whether that's 9 or 12 months, a year, that makes sense to me. To sort of in the spring, put 3 new members on the tourism board may not be the most efficient governing mechanism. What do you guys think about that? I think Neil is willing to continue to serve.
And Molly, you know, from the charter work you did, if you're on the planning board or whatever, you can't be on the council.
Except for a specific purpose for a specific.
Yes, yeah, I mean,
duration.
right, it's a
Yes,
sitting
that's-
position. You're voting on a vote.
Right.
Often.
Um,
I'm fine to have Neil stay there if
Okay.
he wants to. I assume he wants to.
well, yes. So let's reappoint him. Millie, if there's something we need to do quickly formally at our next meeting, just put that on our agenda in terms of, you know, actually having the finding as we did with HDC
And Martha.
last year in Martha. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Jesse Edwards, we have an opening on Old Harbor Task Force. We still have that opening on Police Advisory Commission, which Sven has said, and I agree, we need to have a broader conversation about the Police Advisory Commission's mission. And,
So I spoke with someone who said they sent a letter in for that. Did they not?
I haven't seen it.
We did receive a letter.
Oh, right. But we didn't want to make the appointment until we had,
At your last meeting, you said you
yes.
want to wait.
we
the
wanted
IPD
to
meeting.
wait until we had an agenda item about police advisory.
Okay.
And it's a result of, I went to the Police Advisory Commission roughly in November, I think it was November.
Mhm.
And the discussion really at that meeting was, we need to sit with you guys and figure out clarity of role. And they actually said, let's just stop, get clarity of role, make sure we're all on the same page and go from there.
You're not going to find an argument from
I'm
me.
not, I'm just saying.
That's my space that's open. Okay.
And I guess I would say the same thing regarding Allison as I said about Thea. I'm very saddened by this. Allison has done great work. I think I don't think this is the end of her run being a volunteer for the town, but I'm sad to be losing her off of zoning. Are there any comments or thoughts? Anything additional? Millie, am I doing anything wrong?
Are you going to move forward with some motions?
Yes. I'm just gonna move, I'm gonna make one motion to make all these appointments.
I mean, which is, so, yeah, proceed. Okay,
No, I mean, if I'm doing it wrong, I'm asking because I don't want to do it incorrectly.
right, I think that you may want to take it in chunks then.
Okay.
If it has
Um,
a term, like, maybe all.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve the appointed town officials for a 1-year term.
Some are different though.
reopen their term. Well, it expires 12/31/23.
But it's, no, so then they're not. I'm sorry, the 12/31 is coming from the. It's coming from, and we have a database. We have a database that we're now using to, to help track all of these things called Onboard, and you have to assign in an actual, a single date. So I think the way that it's even termed is like December, the term runs until December 2023. But we also, in the charter, it does say that all the annual appointments will be made on the interim meeting. So, I mean, so I think that the term in philosophical thought is up, but we're parsing,
I would make a motion to
Thank-
reappoint. So this is why at the beginning I said I was gonna do it this way. It's totally fine if you don't wanna do it this way, so we just monkey around for 20 minutes going through this. How do you wanna do it? Sort of.
I second it.
Oh, I like the whole.
So the reason why you can't do the whole thing, because you have different dates in this. I think for Millie, in my mind, no.
I'll make a motion, to approve the.
Sorry to interrupt, but we can't hear you.
I'll make a motion. Thank you, James. I'll make a motion to approve the Early Learning Center Town Representative and the Block Island Health Services Town Representative ending 12/31/23 as detailed. Seconded by Martha. Keith is recused. Molly, how do you vote? Or any comments? So it's Laura Parsons and
We
Crestone.
didn't cover those, so I'm just looking to see what we talked about.
Right here.
Well, I was just joining.
We're on page 1.
Page 1 near the bottom.
Right. No, okay, so early learning center. No, I get that. I get that. I'm just,
So any discussion?
we didn't talk about that one, so I was just looking at, and you said the other one is. health
Right below it,
services.
right below it, Laura Parsons, the line below. I'm just doing both because they end 12/31/23.
Okay, yes,
No comments. And in voting, Martha?
Aye.
Molly?
I,
I vote as well.
For the block out, I would make a motion to reappoint the members of the Block Island Housing Board for a term ending 12/31.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
I would make a motion to appoint Rob Poster Senior to the Board of Assessment Review for a term expiring 12/31/25.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Let's see, I would make a motion to reappoint Sue Ann Shaw to the Commission on Motor Vehicles for a term expiring 12/31/2025.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
I,
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. I would make a motion to reappoint Fred.
Thanks,
Leader.
Kim.
What's that?
No.
I would make a motion to appoint Fred Leader III and Mariah Mott to terms on the Conservation Commission expiring 12/31/2025.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I would make a motion to reappoint the members of the Task Force to terms expiring 12/31/2023.
Second.
And I would include, excuse me, in that motion, to reappoint Emergency Management Agency Co-Director Bill McComb, also for a term expiring 12/31.
Provise second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. I would make a motion to reappoint the members of the Harbor Committee to terms expiring 12/31/2025.
Fine.
Oh,
What about
is
alternate?
Littlefield 2023? Yeah, he is. Okay, so. Robert Littlefield to a term as an alternate for 12/31.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. I would make a motion to appoint Kay McManus. Actually, I would make a motion to appoint Elizabeth Moss. Kay McManus. Make a motion. Kay McManus
And Bill Cook.
and Bill Cook to turn to the Historic District Commission for terms expiring 12/31/2025, and Elizabeth Moss to the Historic District Commission to a seat expiring 12/21/23.
Second.
All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
I'm abstaining.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. I would make a motion to appoint Sven Reesum as town council designee and Martha Ball as alternate town council designee to the Hodge Management Committee for terms expiring 12/31/2023.
Second, sorry.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. You know what, out of an abundance of caution, Sven, we just do this next one, please. Since he's been so long.
I make a motion to appoint Scott Cummings as a juvenile. Juvenile Hearing Review Board.
Finish.
Expiring 12/31/25.
Second.
Seconded by Molly. Martha, how do you vote?
Aye.
Or everybody? Yes, aye. Aye.
I would make a motion to appoint Shirley Goburn, Thomas Doyle, Lisa Nolan, and Sarah. Sorry. I would make a motion to appoint Shirley Goburn, Thomas Doyle, and Sarah Cullen.
No, social Colin, she'll like you.
To terms expiring 12/31/2025. All those in
Yep.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I would make a motion to appoint Kyle Riley, Lucinda Morrison, Stephen Record, Amy Land, and Raymond Torrey to the Broadband Commission for terms expiring 12/31/2023.
I'll agree.
All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I would make a motion to reappoint.
I don't know about Amy.
Logan Mott Chase to a term on the Tourism Council expiring 12/31/24, and Neil Murphy to a seat on the Historic Tourism Council expiring 12/31/23.
Julie Carly.
Julie Kylie, 12/31/24.
And Julie Kiley, 12/31/24.
Aye.
All those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. I would make a motion to appoint Mark Villancourt and Rob Gilpin Jr. To the North Lake Commission for terms expiring 12/31/2025.
Aye.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 No. I would make a motion to appoint Margaret Cummings, Karen Duwally, Julie Fuller, and David Graham to the Old Harbor Task Force, all to terms expiring 12/31/2023.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I would make a motion to appoint Mary Anderson and Socia Cohen to terms on the planning board expiring 12/31/2027.
Long time. Aye. Second, whatever.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Let's have it. I would make a motion to appoint Emily Butcher, Ann Hall, and Gail Hines to full seats on the Recreation Board for terms expiring 12/31/2020.
Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I would make a motion to appoint Stephanie Collinsworth and Danielle Bates to seats as alternates on the Recreation Board, expiring 12/31/2020.
Aye. Second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
I'm gonna abstain.
The next one.
I'm gonna.
Oh, okay. I'd make a motion to appoint to the School Building Committee for terms expiring 12/31/2023. Tom Reesum, Marion Crawford, Charles Weber, Melanie Reeves, Kyle Riley, Robert Girardi, Lisa Robb, Bill Pageant, and Lionel Butterfield. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I would make a motion to appoint as full members of Senior Advisory Betsy DiMaggio, Dorothy Graham, and Deborah Martin to terms expiring 12/31/2025. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. You're almost there.
I would make a motion to appoint Judy Pucci as an alternate member of the Senior Advisory Committee to a term expiring 12/31/2023.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I would make a motion to appoint Sadie Flakeman and Jonathan Berry to seats on the Shellfish Commission expiring 12/31/2025. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Opposed?
No. And I would finally make a motion to appoint Rob Foster Jr. As the first alternate to the zoning board to a term expiring 12/31/2023. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank
So,
you, Bill.
wait, before we finish that up, so we didn't reappoint anyone to Deer Task Force.
We did not.
No.
Right. So are we scheduling a time to discuss your, okay, so why don't we do that now, so we don't.
I'm just gonna give you.
Yeah. I mean, as long as Amy's willing to put money into the account, so those guys can fill.
Well, we have to
Here,
vote for it.
We would, the idea was that the Deer Task Force would do the years on this, where we are now. We would make it appropriate. It's not like not have. We're not.
right, but I'm saying though, as long as that's taken care of, then we should deal with this.
March, Millie, will you make a note to approve that on March 12th? The next one is on the
So the next matter is discuss matter lot 6, lot 9-9, respect to the second section, so A, request consideration like that. Anyway, we give everybody a little precursor. There's been discussions since 2019 about potential call it transfer or sale or purchase of what is normally known as community center from Bed to town of Detroit. And I don't think there's need to go to closed session now. A recommendation or a thought is to have the town manager sort of work on principles of interest of the town, start working on a potential agreement, see if they can agree on those principles, how council agrees on those principles, and the town council feels appropriate at the price, at the conditions, then this will have to go to the financial summit. And so That would be the plan. So from a timing point of view, the goal would be to have this draft done by January, have alignment or non-alignment by the end of February. So we have some time before the end of no numbers have been really discussed in any detail. But my belief is it's going to be about unloading debt. But it's real. And then we have to make sure that all the conditions are followed. But really, there's no active discussion. I want to make sure you're here. Oh, shoot. Any, yeah. Yes. Yeah, right. I think Marianne and I talked a lot about this today. I think the issue of closed session should be about negotiations, meaning financial more than almost anything else for bidding purposes or reward purposes. And if that becomes a huge issue, it might be in closed session for a little while, but it should be an open session. There's no reason it wouldn't be. And so I would expect, David, to your comment, it's going to be pretty open. Yes. And that's why I want this done. I mean, we talked today, getting this whole thing wrapped up or not wrapped up by the end of February. And if it falls apart, we'll know why it falls apart and the community can react appropriately. Thank you.
This goes on financial town meeting. We have to have conversation about what's going to go on the warrant for a financial town
Yes.
meeting. And that's certainly at an open meeting anyway.
It's a little-
I think that's one of the things that gave the community so much angst the last time. What was the price? It was the angst about the varying use.
Yes.
You know, that will be, and again, it's only the council that's working on this, would be working on this.
Okay. That's, so there's no closed session. And if everybody's okay, happy New Year.
Take care, David.
Merry Christmas.
Motion to adjourn would be in order.
You just made it.
So moved.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Stand adjourned.
What?
I like this.
I like it.
I'd like to shift the whole thing about it, put that way, and that way,